net. Today, we got super treats ahead for you on this Halloween edition of the program. Pick six carryover, $49,000 begins in race 3. Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to see you, Mig. And part of that sequence today, we have that marathon turf race where La Anthari for Bill Mott has the position where probably wants to be already drawn inside.
Yeah, you want to save ground. 3-turn race and marathon turf race here at Aqueduct. Saving ground is of the utmost importance, and I think he landed in a good spot as well, and now he gets that ground-saving trip, at least potentially. Let's
take a look at the field that's going to line up against him in that feature today. That's race 7. Mile and 3/8 on the grass. 3-year-olds and up in La Anthari. Bill Mott against State's debut was this race. Back on September 26th at Saratoga. Be Like Clint finished a neck behind him that day, and La Anthari had a lot of trouble in this race.
Yeah, he did. But, you know, these marathon turf races lend themselves to trouble, right? Because usually the field jumps out, bunches up, pace slows down, and everybody's on top of each other. But he found his space here and looked like he was on his way to victory, didn't it, Greg? I mean, he kind of found that split, but here comes the outside runner with all the momentum and is able to run him down. Almost like he re-engaged a little bit when that horse got by him. You know, and a lot of horses, particularly that have raced in Europe throughout their career, they have a tendency when they hit the front to wait on competition. And I think he almost waited on his competition a little bit there.
Winner of that race came back and was very competitive, too, in a tough race at Keeneland. So that sort of flattered that form for the State's debut. So that's part of that pick 6 carryover. Again, begins in race 3. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm, and we're going to get up to just shy of 80 degrees today at the end of October on Halloween. It's pretty amazing.
A little too warm. It's supposed to be seasonal.
Don't
and
ever
cool.
complain.
I like to change.
You want the
seasons.
cold weather?
Yeah.
I'll take what we got. I'm okay with it. Play all the action, including that pick 6 carryover. With Now or Bet, you get a $25 free bet and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code, CUP25 at sign-up. Bet this pick 6 carryover. Early pick 5 coming up, and the Breeders' Cup all weekend long, and everything else beyond. We're going to kick off the card with this race here, 6 furlongs, $16,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Horses who've not won to a lifetime. It is Unswayed, who opens as the 8-5 favorite, who we're looking at here.
Yeah, dropping to his lowest level ever, 16,000. Was second last time for 30, but was beaten nearly 10 lengths.
Next door, this one for Jennifer Paragallo probably would have been the one to beat if not for just that terrible effort last start. Didn't finish the race.
Yeah, he was eased last time, but horses have to go through rigorous protocols to be deemed fit to race, so I'm sure he's fine.
4 works, yeah, coming back out of that effort. The 3 solo in Paris.
Yeah, just would have to improve off the current form. Just leaves a lot to be desired, but did land in a good spot.
Pace with Boom Boom Thunder was 3rd at this level last start.
Yeah, and that
nice
was a pretty sharp pace, and Wayne Potts having a good meet, and you get a 7-pound break in the weights with Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, son of Stewart of Smarty Jones fame, riding Majestic Arc. Katie Davis, Lolita Shivmangle.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting, also dropping to the lowest level that he's ever competed at.
Biggest price on the board, this one here, blinkers going on.
Yeah, I've been showing brief speed and stopping. Blinkers could add more speed, but I don't know about that finish.
And more speed outside. Royal King is quick, but this one completely stopped at this condition last start.
No, there's one of those contested, paces where they were head and head for the lead fighting. Some horses don't handle that kind of pressure. The outside post might do this horse some favors.
Pick 5 pool, you see up and over $100,000 here as we're just a couple of minutes away from it, approaching the 5-minute mark to post. You can follow along all of today's action by downloading free Aquabase Past Performances. Get the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys at NYRA.com/TV schedule as we go back to Unswayed. Dylan Davis, leading rider at the meet, on board a horse who's trying this New York circuit for the first time.
Yeah, and again, making that drop down. The first 2 races were good. The next 2 races, I think, leave a lot to be desired and drops down to the $16,000 level. Now, people might say, well, this horse was second for 30 last time at Laurel, beaten nearly 10 lengths, going 5.5 furlongs. It makes you wonder just how good the entire race was other than the winner.
Yeah, I agree with you. Short Pride was 4-5 that day as well and never threatened. Although it did beat the rest of that bunch. But keep in mind, beat 1 horse. It was a 3-horse field. So it's not like this horse did a whole lot that day. So nevertheless, well, big switch now, goes from 9-5 to 3-1. Here's the 5, Majestic Arc. So this one off the bench, and it looks like something did go wrong last time out when running for condition 30, went to the bench, and now it's about a 5-month layoff.
Yeah, and that was at Monmouth Park. The horse has run some good races here at Aqueduct. Comes back on the drop down. Lolita Shemengal does a really good job. She doesn't have the highest quality stock, more low-level horses, claiming type horses, but she seems to get the run out of them. And you get Katie Davis, who has quietly put together a nice meeting here at the Belmont at the Big A Fall Stand.
So 12-1, Majestic Arc. That's a big number on that one. It ran very good, going a little bit longer against 25 non-winners of 2, a few starts back. 5-2 favorite has become this one, Speed Outside. Felipe Martinez for John Toscano Jr.
Yeah, so you get a 5-pound break in the weights, get in with 116. Felipe Martinez is doing a really good job, winning at 15% this year, over 80 winners on the year so far. It's always interesting to me when I start looking at apprentices and their stats, Greg, and who is going to wind up on that Eclipse Award ballot for basically Rookie of the Year, Apprentice Jockey of the Year. I think the outside post helps this horse a great deal. Just don't get in his way. You don't have to send him. You don't have to grab him. Just allow him to run his race.
Has one of the fastest races, too, of anybody in this group, but it was, interestingly, a race where he was not forward back at Saratoga in early August.
Yeah, again, so it shows you he doesn't need to be on the lead to be competitive. And that outside post, I think the mistake riders make when they have a speed horse on the outside is they're in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Don't take their speed away, but don't force them. Then they get in a good rhythm. They breathe better. Everything goes smoother.
Boom, boom, thunder. Here is the Wayne Potts runner, and this is the primary other speed, it looks like, in the race with apprentice Christopher Elliott.
I think this is a very interesting runner. He ran well last time in that contested pace. And you get Christopher Elliott, so you're getting a 7-pound break in weight, 117. Wayne Potts' horses have been running extremely well. He's winning at 18% here at the Aqueduct Stand. And his horses have been making really good impressions physically on the racetrack.
This horse broke his maiden forward on the front end at Finger Lakes. That was back in July. Tried him against Allowance Company. It's a little bit above his head. Dropped in for 25. That was too tough. Got a short break, and then was very competitive at this condition. We'll see if he can last a little bit longer here. Another crack at it with the weight break. Was 33-1 against this level last time out.
But he ran extremely well, and he's got races. Again, a lot of times you got to just look at the competition. I mean, you look at this race, and it's kind of crying out for someone just to run their good race, and it'll probably be good enough.
Back to the 7. Odds are just going all over the place here early. Back to 7-2 now on Royal King. Does it look like to you 4 and the 7 are the ones who battle up front?
I do, and particularly because they have apprentice jockeys on them. A lot of times trainers will take that break in weights and put an apprentice on a speed type, have to make less decisions, and usually their instructions are pretty succinct. I want you to go to the lead. And apprentices don't get to the line of scrimmage and call audibles usually. They're locked into whatever the instructions the trainer gave them. So you could see probably at least a potential for a spirited duel on the lead between these two.
If apprentices, it's probably changed the game a lot from when you were coming up. But this day and age, is it pretty explicit and they're told trainer to trainer with an apprentice, I want you to do it this way?
The majority of trainers do give probably too many instructions in general, but particularly to apprentice jockeys, right? They kind of map out the race for them, and then the gates open and everything could go completely different. I think the best instructions a trainer can give any rider is the horse's habits. This horse is better inside. He's better outside. He's better if he's forward. He's better from off the pace. He may lug in. He may lug out. Give the rider information that he can use and then allow him to do his job.
3-1 with this apprentice, Christopher Elliott, who has the pedigree to be a good rider, obviously. Dad was the pilot on Smarty Jones, first 2 legs of the Triple Crown for that PA bred back in 2004. And he has had a habit of making impact early wherever he's been.
Yeah, Chris Elliott, he won with his first mount.
Won with his first 2 mounts at Monmouth as well.
It's been a little bit tougher sledding here in New York, but if he hangs in there, works hard, he'll get his opportunities. And, everybody equates Stuart Elliott with Smarty Jones, and rightfully so. He was a very accomplished rider long before Smarty Jones, and a terrific competitor, a guy that I enjoyed riding with.
His son, many of the trainers who've worked with him say he has an outstanding feel already for the game. 3-1 right now. He'll be on Boom Boom Thunder the 4. Favoritism back to unswayed with Dylan Davis from the inside post. Again, that was maybe a little less impressive runner-up finish. As you mentioned, he was beat almost 10 lengths, and it was a 3-horse field.
Yeah, I mean, someone was going to be second, somebody was going to be third, right? But I like the 5-horse at a big price here. I think Majestic Arc is way too big a price, getting down to this $16,000 level, and has races good enough to be competitive here.
13-1. Warm day. Should we not be too swayed by seeing horses that get a little wet?
Yeah, it's warm, and horses' internal clocks are already starting to work. They go, winter's coming, and start growing in a coat, and then you get days like this. Of course they're going to sweat. If they're not sweating, it's more of a concern, because sweating tells you that their internal coolant system is working properly. And like anything else, you don't want to see anything in excess.
Here we go, loading up to kick off this Thursday card. We'll talk plenty of Breeders' Cup with Stars of Tomorrow coming up on Friday, Classic and everything else on our Saturday action. We'll preview some of the big ones to come. First things first, $16,000 non-winners of 2 Life, 6 furlong sprint here in the opener to kick off this Thursday card with that pick 6 carryover to come in race 3. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Muzara. Royal King to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. We're got a pretty even line in speed from in between horses. Boom Boom Thunder. Out wide of there is Muzara, and the green cap is now assumed command, is up by 3/4 of a length. Royal King, center of the racetrack, is going to stalk from second. Unswayed is at the rail in third and progressing. In between horses, Boom Boom Thunder is now a challenging 4th. On the outside of that rival comes Majestic Arc. Big gap already of 4.5 lengths back to Solo in Paris, and far back, just not keeping up right now, is Dunedin Causeway. They work into the far turn, 21-4 for a fast opening quarter mile, and the leader is Muzara. Muzara, no turning back now, is still up by a full length. Royal King is back for more towards the outside, is in pursuit, and Unswayed is trying to cut into the margin. Unswayed and Dylan Davis still about 3 off the lead. They reach the top of the stretch, and Muzara and Matty Over are still there. It's Muzara who's trying to sprint away from the field, has not come back to them yet. Royal King starts to just slowly make up the ground on the outside as they approach a final furlong. Unswayed starts to move in closer. Solo in Paris has got some late momentum as well. Royal King has taken the lead. It's Royal King gonna try to hold off an oncoming Solo in Paris, who's got the late momentum. Royal King wins the opener. Solo in Paris is in a photo with Muzara. Unswayed finished 4th. They're 1 minute 11.57 seconds.
Royal King, who has been very, very quick, including the last couple of starts. This time it was Muzara. Matty Over jumped to the front, was able to sit off the pace and get the win at 9-2 to kick off the card.
And then this is why that outside post is just so important. You know, you're not under any pressure from outside runners. You can let your horse show his speed without sending him. Muzara with Matty Over set a fast pace, hung in there gamely, but she went on, and it allowed Felipe Martinez to just sit out there and allow his horse to run his race, and gets it done for John Toscano, who we saw win the Bold Ruler by disqualification with Running Son of a Gun the other day, and gets it done. A apprentice who's, I think, putting together a nice resume for potentially that Eclipse Award ballot.
7, it was the 3, Solo in Paris. 12-1, just getting up for second and nailing Muzara and Matty Over. 7-3-6-1. Royal King, 1 for 14 coming in. kicks off this card with a 9-2 victory here in the opener.
They set a very fast pace too, Greg. 21-4 for this level of horses. We'll have to keep an eye on is the track playing that fast or the pace was actually this fast. And Lane Luzzy with a nice second here at Solo in Paris.
And going that fast early for Muzzara to even hang on for third, almost got second.
Yeah.
Yeah, telling early on.
Yeah, I think it leads me, my first impression is that this track is very, very quick for this level of horse to go that fast and still be hanging around at the finish.
We'll continue to keep our eyes on that going forward. 7-3, 6-1, 9-2 start to this Thursday card. Race away from the Pick 6 carryover. Todd Pletcher is his 2-year-old champ, ready to roll. He's the leading contender for 3-year-old honors as well. Fierceness getting ready to tackle older company for the first time in the Classic on Saturday. We have a preview ahead.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on America's Day at the Races, and it's Royal King that kicks off the card with a victory here in the opener. John Toscano Jr. barn Felipe Martinez, the 5-pound apprentice, sitting off of the speedy Muzzara, who went extremely fast for this level of horse. Royal King gets the win at 9-2.
Yeah, Muzzara adding the blinker showed good speed, but that outside post for Royal King was always within calling distance and was able to grind past mid-stretch and hold off the back markers. So did Muzzara, other than Solo in Paris at a big price under Lane Luzzy, splitting horses and just getting up for second to round out a big exacta.
7-3-6, 9-2 over 12-1 over 10-1. 50-cent trifecta, $88 and change. And we're underway on this Thursday card on the eve of championship weekend out at Del Mar. We're a race away from a Pick 6 carryover as well, $49,000. Race 2 before we get there. New York Breds, $30,000 maiden claiming 1 turn mile coming up. And Jansen right now favored and coming off a big effort last start that makes him probably the one to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly numbers to be fast enough to win. Thing that starts to concern you when a horse has had 10 opportunities and they've got 5 seconds to show for their efforts. Is it a case of a horse that likes to run with horses as opposed to running by horses? Those horses either run to the level of their competition or down to the level of the competition.
He was the only runner in that race the last time out that was getting to that winner, and a horse that got to go extremely slow on the front end.
It's very fair, and they did finish actually pretty decently for that level of horses. Just feel like he's got a lot of chances, and I like to look for horses that maybe are a little less exposed.
All right, we'll talk through that field a little bit more in depth coming up. We talked about going to break. Hall of Fame trainer, his 2-year-old champ, gearing up for what could be a big weekend for them. Breeders' Cup Friday, though, first, before we get to Saturday in the Classic Juvenile Turf Sprint. Phillies Turf, the Juvenile, and then the Juvenile Turf at 8:25 Eastern start time. Here's the Saturday schedule, and we will see Fierceness line up at 5:41 Eastern time when the gates open for the Classic, thanks to college football.
Yeah, Classic kind of almost in the middle of the card, if you will, but hey, what a competitive Breeders' Cup we've got on tap here coming up.
So many great storylines in all these races, and for the Classic, so much made about things needing to go his way for Fierceness. What about in terms of post position? Did things go his way?
I think he got fortunate with the post positions again. The only other speed horse he has outside of him, real speed horse to me, is Arthur's Ride. And it might give Johnny Velazquez, with that 1/4 mile run from the top of the stretch to the first turn, an opportunity to allow that horse to clear and set up shop outside where he likes to be.
Meanwhile, the big unknown, City of Troy, son of Justify, will try dirt for the first time. Aidan O'Brien tried to do this plenty of times. Has he learned the correct path now to get it done? Does he have the horse to get it done?
And they almost pulled it off with Giants Causeway. And they seem to be coming in here chock full of confidence. They gave him that workout, albeit over synthetic, but set it up more of an American-style race where they jump and run from the beginning. City of Troy is obviously super talented. He's by Justify, American Triple Crown winner on the dirt. Although I will say, looking at him from a physical perspective, Greg, he favors more his maternal grandsire, Galileo, from a physical appearance standpoint.
Pretty remarkable with all the great ones Aidan O'Brien's had that he has said this is the best horse he's ever trained.
That's a big statement,
And he
considering
said there's no doubt about it.
I mean, as many great horses, and I mean great horses he's trained, to make that statement, that's a huge statement. And anybody who knows Aidan O'Brien knows that he's not a guy that talks like that. He's not braggadocious. He doesn't make big statements about his horses. He tends to let the horses do the talking for him.
They'll get post 3. Ryan Moore will ride. Meanwhile, Fierceness, as we said, post 9. Put together those back-to-back wins in the Jim Dandy and the Travers, and Todd Pletcher says he's coming into the Classic having grown up even a little bit more, getting bigger and stronger physically.
Well, the question going into the Travers was, is it coming back too quick? He was having that good race, bad race pattern. Well, he put 2 good ones back-to-back, but got very similar trips in both of them, right? Where he was in the clear, unhindered with any kind of traffic. I also think Johnny Velazquez has really learned how to ride this horse. Johnny talked about sometimes turning him on and then not being able to turn him off. He just allows him to do what he wants to do early now.
Pretty remarkable record, and right now he is the front runner for champion honors as a 3-year-old. He's got a chance to do even more, be a horse. We'll see what he does in the Classic, but so many great storylines going into this, including what he can do. Can he face adversity and overcome it? Keisha Clement was able to catch up with his Hall of Fame trainer.
Trainer Todd Pletcher joining me as he's sending out a large handful of horses for the Breeders' Cup potentially. Todd, let's start off with horses that have been stabled up here in Saratoga. We saw Fierceness, contender for the Classic, hit the track this morning. Seems like he's thriving up here.
He's doing really well. You know, we were a little unsure of where we wanted to do all our preparation, but he's been doing so well here at Saratoga. The weather's been cooperating, so we decided to stay through his final prep and head to California on Sunday.
I know this summer you had talked about him maybe needing a little bit more time in between his races, but it seems like when training up here, he's held his weight and his energy remarkably well.
Yeah, after he ran in the Jim Dandy, my first reaction was, we'll need a little extra time off a huge performance like that. And everything he did in the 4 weeks leading up to the Travers told us he's ready to run again. And thankfully it worked out. But he had a great summer, super impressive in the Jim Dandy, and then just did everything right in between. Came back with a big win in the Travers. So we were really excited about that and happy with the way he's been doing since.
Talking about his full brother, now mentee, potential for the juvenile turf, a preference there to go a little bit longer?
I think so. We liked the way he ran, going 6 furlongs on the grass. He seemed to handle it real well. Cutting back to 5, it's a bit of a crapshoot. Even though he set a track record going 5 furlongs on the dirt at Aqueduct in his debut, we felt like, when he got into a good rhythm going 6 on the grass, that he liked that. And, I think his natural speed will carry him a mile.
Tapit Trice, based down at Belmont Park. I saw Irad Ortiz named to ride. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen from him off the back of his last victory?
Yeah, he seems to really be thriving. Our original plan was hopefully he was going to run well in the Jockey Club, and we'd probably train up to the Breeders' Cup. And, he didn't run as we expected him to in the Jockey Club. It was only his second start of the year, and so we kind of looked at it like, maybe he needed that to kind of move forward a little bit. Came back with a good performance in the Woodward, and hopefully that has him set up for his best.
Also based down at Belmont, Grand Sonata, pointing for the turf. What have you seen from him?
He's a consummate pro. He's an easy horse to train. He's always looks well and straightforward. He's knocked on the door in a lot of big races. We're happy to see him finally get that one at Kentucky Downs.
Candide also pointing for the Distaff. She is a horse that has shown up really in all of her races this year.
She really has. Almost got there in the Alabama. That was a tough beat, but we got off to a little bit of a late start to the season. We were kind of playing catch up along the way. She was a solid third in the Spencer last time. Of course, Idiomatic kind of had things her way. We tried to stay with her the best we could. She's another one that we've been experimenting with blinkers. We think it's helped a little bit in her last breeze. So we're going to make that equipment change, and we'll need some racing luck, and that's an awfully tough race, but she deserves a chance.
A lot of chances, as you would expect, from Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, including if you think Torpedo Anna is vulnerable. Many do not. She has been hands down the dominant force, the most dominant force, probably outside of Cogburn in any division in horse racing this year. Candide, no match for her when they met in the Coaching Club of American Oaks. Can things change at all for her on Saturday?
Well, they could. They're young horses. They change a lot. Todd's talking about how he feels like she's developed and, kind of maybe gotten to her peak physical fitness now. They add the blinkers. It's hard for me to see how, without bad racing luck for Torpedo Anna, how Candide could be the one to get the measure of her.
Well, just incredible and how remarkable and consistent she's been. That runner-up finish, the fierceness in the Travers against the boys when it looked like she was going to get there in that tremendous stretch duel. She's been one of the great stories in racing this year.
She really has. And then stepping out of her comfort zone and taking on the boys in that Travers, fierceness, your two-year-old champion, ran him to a head and was a very gallant performance. And, then she came back with what I would term a subpar effort in the Cotillion. She won, but it wasn't the best version of Torpedo Anna. And I was of the opinion possibly that maybe she was over the top. Hard campaign, catching up with her. She's a tired filly. Watching her train in Saratoga since the Cotillion, she has erased any doubt to me. I think she is as good as she was in the beginning of the year and maybe even better.
And is there an argument too, maybe that was the time to try and get her coming out of probably the most grueling race she'd ever had to run against the boys, fierceness, stretch duel that she all out to try and get there at a mile and a quarter.
I think that would have been when she was her most vulnerable. She won so many of her races so easily. That was the Travers. She had to reach down and go to a place she hadn't had to go to the rest of the year. The race after that is usually when they're vulnerable. She got past that. And a good filly, too, in Gunsong. So I do think that she runs anywhere close to her A effort. It's just going to be fun to watch as a fan.
Race 2 coming up next starts the early pick 4. Then it's pick 6 carryover time, 1 turn mile. New York bred $30,000 maiden claiming race. That is Jansen, the current 8-5 favorite. The 7, they're in the background. Let's check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at Jansen here in the paddock, who is actually getting some wraps put on behind currently here in the paddock. So we will have a little bit of a delay here. But taking a look at Jansen, who currently is your overwhelming favorite, I find him a little tough to swallow at that price, given the fact that he's had 10 starts, and maybe you can say 8, because he clearly does not like the turf and is not his surface. So he's had 8 on the main track, but 5 runner-up performances. He consistently finds a horse that is better than him, or finds a horse to hang with. And 2, and I know it's warm today, so giving the benefit of the doubt, but he by far came into the paddock as the most washed out and hot horse in here. And I just don't take it as an overwhelming positive on an overwhelming favorite. To me, the horse who is in outside, who ironically is another son of Accelerate here, I think is a bit interesting. Dropping in class to this maiden 30 for the New York breds is Burn Rubber. I know he showed absolutely nothing first time out when just being slow, not having any gate speed whatsoever, and trailing at the back of the field, but that race won on the front end by Sorority Prank. But it's so often, I mean, about 85 to 90% of the horses that Linda Rice brings over as first-time starters always give the appearance of looking like they need a start. Now this guy, he's a pretty big, heavy-boned, robust type of animal, so maybe he still needs a start. But I would have to gather, since I wasn't in the paddock first time out, that he has tucked up, that he's a bit more solid, and those blinkers go on. A fairly significant Cheater Cup blinker. He looks so well turned out overall. I mean, if you were just blankly looking at horses physically, I think your eye would go to Burn Rubber here in the paddock. So I do think he's a horse that does have a lot of upside that, at least as of now, Greg, you're getting a decent price on.
Yeah, 6-1 right now with 7-2 morning line. Look, dropping class, it's Linda Rice. You can often forgive a debut. This horse was last at every point of call in that race, but it was against better.
Gets much tougher. Now he drops precipitously in class, adds blinkers, and gets that good outside post.
Race 2 of the post parade for you when we come back. Approaching the 6-minute mark to post. It's Jansen, your favorite, when we return.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Pick 6 carryover to come in the next race on the eve of the championships of the Breeders' Cup. The second race here, Belmont of the Big A. That is now your even money favorite. Very short price on a 3-year-old who was 0 for 10. And he may be the more indicting in part about that 0 for 10, as you mentioned, is the 5 runner-ups. Is there that will to win? I thought that last race did show it. You disagree?
Well, I can just go back 3 starts back. I thought he had every opportunity to win. And like Maggie said, he always just seems to find one that can outfinish him to the wire. Ability-wise, I do think, obviously, he is probably the most, at least he's shown the most talent in this race up to this point. Now he's got to show that he wants to run by horses.
Post-bred coming up. Riders up. Dylan Davis hopping aboard. We'll start with Neptune Beach from the inside. Rudy Rodriguez.
Has had a lot of chances, and at this level as well, I'm looking elsewhere.
6-1 next door. Senegal, I think, will wind up being the second choice at post time here.
Yeah, big effort last time up at Finger Lakes, making his first start for Jeremiah Englehart.
Me, Wise, Magic. Only race came going long on the grass.
Yeah, Mayer is a producer of dirt winners, including Galaxina, who is a stakes winner, including the New York Oaks on dirt.
Burning Beauty coming out of the same race as the odds-on favorite now. Ran 4th, beat 7 lengths that day, and did get sandwiched at the start.
Yeah, he tends to break just a stutter step slow, and that lends itself to getting bounced around or pinched at the break.
Here's Jose Lezcano on Charming Jim for Mark Hennig.
Has been running on turf, and it finished well last time on turf. Does have a maiden 30 in the mud that was okay.
6 horse. Disagree with the name? Not a lot of dirt for him.
Well, you like
Come
Disco?
on,
Yeah?
I love Disco.
Yeah. 2001, Space Odyssey, Brooklyn. You know.
Bee Gees forever, man. Jansen at even money, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, deserving favorite, but I think there's questions.
And Burn Rubber, and we go back to the 6. Somewhere out there is the 8. Burn Rubber 5-1 when we do get to him. Will be making his second start for Linda Rice in the drop in class.
Yeah, and listen, again, this is a horse that's not exposed. You haven't seen the depth of this horse yet. One start against much tougher, now drops in class, gets the blinkers.
Talking about the 8, and there's Burn Rubber. So Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice and was last every step of the way. But against better company, it was the debut, and now gets blinkers on with a drop for Linda Rice in start number 2 coming up.
And, you know, like a lot of times, too, when you're overmatched and you're just not in the race, horses lose interest. The field's up there, I'm by myself. Against a slower group, he should have company and keep his focus, keep him interested.
Get the inside track on handicapping with NYRA-Bet's track stats. For more stats on tracks across the country, go to NYRABets.com. Take advantage to everything available to you as you remember NYRA-Bet. So back to odds on here with Jansen. And let's go back to that September 22nd race. This was, and I believe there's only one other race, too, at this distance that day, and it was better company. But these were slow fractions. Inside Speed was doing very well that day. And the fact that Jansen was able to close, and really was the only one closing into these slow fractions, I thought at least took a move forward in this performance.
Listen, I think it was a good performance, and I will not argue the fact that I do think he has the most natural ability of what we've seen in this race so far. There are a couple horses making their second start that could take big steps forward. Still feels to me like he did his best running when the race was over, and he was just very content kind of following that horse around there.
Odds on right now with Dylan Davis for trainer Andrew Lakeman. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, and while Jansen, he can win here. I totally get that. I'm not saying I'm completely against him. I'm just saying that he's a horse that has consistently shown that he doesn't have that killer instinct. And at a short price, I just wish he was making maybe just a little bit better of an impression, but he definitely has the credentials to win here. As we'll move on to a horse that comes in from Finger Lakes for his second start for Jeremiah Englehart. That's number 2, Senegal. As a little bit of a weird race last time, I thought, at Finger Lakes, in which we saw the second place finisher, Jake's Orchard. He was up front early, then down the backside towards that 3/8 pole. We saw Senegal and the eventual winner make this kind of early move, the winner Prophetic actually following him that day. And He did flatten a little bit, but I just thought that because it was his first time going that true 2 turns, he showed a bit of greenness. Now he's going to come back to the 1, which I think suits him well, and he looks great. He finally looks really fit, really strong overall, so I think he fits well with this grouping today. He's actually going to be my pick in this affair as number 4, Burning Beauty. As we heard Mig say, he's a horse that consistently does not get away from the gates that well, and I see why, because he's a little bit of an awkward build in that he's very long in his frame, kind of has that appearance of like to say has that extra rib, and sometimes that disconnect that you get to a horse's hind end, they lack that push out of there. I will say, again, this is a horse, too, that also looks the most fit I've ever seen him, warmed up beautifully, and had a bit of an excuse last time, as we did see that race forwardly dominated by War Chrome, and on a day you wanted to have speed, and I thought he ran on well there to pick up some pieces. So let's hope Katie Davis can be a bit aggressive with him for his second start for the Charlie Baker barn. Guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 4-5, public settling in on and pretty heavily here on Jansen as we see that Lena Rice runner Burn Rubber to the outside. See if we do get any improvement from this horse on the drop in class. 4-1 right now.
I think it's very possible you will. I wound up going with the other horse that making the second start to 3 at 19-1 out of a horse that's never thrown a turf runner, out of a mare that throws dirt runners.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the start of the early pick 4.
Burn Rubber's in. All set. And they're off. Charming Jim with early speed from in between horses just gets passed by Burning Beauty in the red silks far outside. There is Burn Rubber getting out just a touch, but now Kender Carmouche and Burn Rubber straighten up and they're in front up by a neck. Can't Stand Disco is towards the inside, is in between horses. At the rail is going to be Senegal. Tightly bunched on the front end is on the far outside. There's Charming Jim. Worked all the way out there to about the 6th path. And Charming Jim is progressing towards the outside of Jansen as they're getting ready to move closer to the leader. The 3 at the back, that's Neptune Beach. Second to last is Burning Beauty. And the trailer, Me Wise Magic. They work up the backstretch, 23.43 for that opening quarter mile. Burn Rubber has got the lead, and Burn Rubber is up by 3/4 of a length. Charming Jim with mild pressure towards the outside here from second, less than 4 furlongs to go. Senegal tightly at the rail, 46.59 for a half-mile time, and Senegal is now on the move, and here comes Manny Franco and Senegal. They're about to take second as they chase Burn Rubber, who's still in front, up by a length and a half, and ask the question. Senegal has tipped towards the outside. Burning Beauty with a long sustained rally from the back, and the Red Silks has taken third. At the rail is Jansen under a full drive. They reach the top of the stretch, very far apart, and hugging the rail is Burn Rubber. Burn Rubber now sprints for home. Burn Rubber continues to be chased by Senegal, and Burning Beauty is trying to catch them both and doing just that grandstand side. These are the 3 for a final furlong. Burning Beauty is now pushed to the lead. It's Burning Beauty who's in front and trying to kick away. Burning Beauty's up by a length and a half. Burning Beauty. Katie Davis, they get the victory. Burning Beauty wins it. Then came Senegal, Burn Rubber, and Jansen in 1 minute 37.44 seconds.
Burning Beauty coming out of the same race as the heavy favorite, finished well behind that one that day. Had that bad beginning we talked about. See improvement here at 8-1.
Broke very cleanly today. One of the few starts this horse got away from the gate without being hampered, and was very patiently handled by Katie Davis, who, like I said earlier, has quietly put together a nice fall stand here at Aqueduct. Came with that kind of relentless grinding rally to get it done. One thing I think we were all spot on is just identifying that a very short price on a favorite in a maiden 30 is, yeah, I let them beat me, Greg. If they're going to beat me, let them beat me. It's just they're lower level horses for a reason, and I think they could take turns beating each other, whoever's good and gets the right trip on a particular day.
Jet just did not have it today at all. I mean,
Nothing.
you can see probably early on. Far back, winds up 4th in here, 3-5. This will play big. Your multi-race wagers, 3-5 favorite being beat. That, I mean, regardless what you thought about Jansen, to make that horse who is 0 for 10 with 5 seconds, 3-5, was way over the top.
Yeah, I thought so as well. And I think we can say with certainty that this Big A strip, this Aqueduct strip, is playing very fast. The Glib racetrack, they went these level of horses a mile in 1:37 and 2.
Burning Beauty 8-1. Katie Davis, Charlie Baker, 4-2-8-7 finish and a 7-2 start. Sorry, 9-2 start. Now 8-1. So if you're alive with this pick 5, 2 legs in, obviously long way to go, but setting up early, pretty nice.
Yeah, and a nice selection by Maggie there, second with Senegal at 6-1. So 8-1 over 6-1, and I like the way Katie looked finishing there. I think she's really been improving on how she finishes on horses, and I'm seeing that Robbie Davis influence come out. He's been one heck of a sire here in the state of New York for jockeys.
And seeing two of his kids go at it in this one. This one goes to Katie with the upset at 8-1 to start off this early pick 4. Burning Beauty. 6 prior starts did not hit the board. This time, getting his picture taken on the barn of Charlie Baker. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And we're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, on any pumpkin. I mean horse. Happy Halloween, by the way, as Burning Beauty finds his way to the winner's circle. Second start for the Charlie Baker barn, but the first for Katie Davis aboard. And Katie, you were just saying to me that this was your first ride for the Charlie Baker barn, which I couldn't believe.
Yeah, I bugged him a little bit. He's more on the quiet side and just kind of inched my way in. And I said, I'd love to ride for you. And, and he gave me this opportunity. And I got to breeze the horse twice. And I got to know him definitely more the second time because I messed up the first time. But, I was very blessed and thankful that he gave me this opportunity. And I was super excited coming to the paddock. And I said, we're going to run really good. I'm just letting you know, we're going to run really good.
He looked the part, and as you were saying to me, he's a little bit of a woman's horse, and 2, getting him out of the gate. Such a long horse.
Yes. So I learned getting him to the pole, breezing, he kind of wants to fight with you, and he doesn't want you to be in his mouth too much. So I learned the second time he's more of a free runner, and we breezed the 48, and Charlie's like, oh, that's a little fast. I'm like, I'm really sorry. He did it on his own, and I learned something as well, and he was happy coming home, and so I took that all into consideration this race, and they said he had problems coming out of the gate, but learning his mouth and then learning your hands. And so my reins were looped as can be, and I was up high. I'm like, go on with it, buddy, and he broke beautiful and just gave him his head. And, I was loose rein kind of in the stretch, but he loved that. So I didn't want to take anything away from him.
Oh, so job well done, seriously. But I do want to switch gears a little bit, because not only are you a great rider and getting in the minds of your horses, but you're a great advocate for this sport. And it was just announced that you are now a board member of one of the organizations that's a friend of the show, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I'm super blessed to be, a part of such a good, great organization, and I'm learning so much, and hopefully I can bring in a couple pointers as well, being on the younger aspect, not to be rude or anything, but like as a woman rider and the love for the horses, and I'm very, very happy to be part of the team.
Well, the passion, that's all we want. People with passion, and you definitely have it. Katie, congratulations here with Burning Beauty.
Thank you very much. Happy Halloween.
Yes. Oh, wait, real quick, what's Riley?
She, it's funny, I thought she would be like a princess. No, she wanted to be a cop.
I love it.
I love it, and I've always wanted to be a cop growing up too, and surprisingly, weirdly, taking after mommy.
Exactly. Well, you've taken over after Dad, Katie Davis, a very good rider, guys. But hey, maybe cop is in the future too.
Yet to see anyone in a costume today at the racetrack.
Yeah, I'm in a costume. I'm dressed as a broadcaster.
$19.40, Burning Beauty. Katie Davis for Charlie Baker, and not bad getting your first opportunity to ride for a barn you've never ridden for before and to get your picture taken.
Yeah, that's one way to kick the barn door open, right? You get that opportunity, make the most of it, deliver a win. And you could hear Katie talking about working horses in the morning, getting to know their little peculiarities. This horse, obviously a light mouth, and she talked about having a very loose rein, leaving the gate, not inhibiting that horse's first step. And he broke very, very well today. And congratulations to Al Fried, who's been winning races and breeding horses in the state of New York for as long as since before I started riding. So we're talking, nearly 50 years. And he started out on the racetrack, Al Fried, as an exercise rider for Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, and then obviously went on to do very well, a very successful businessman, and became a horse owner. But he has been a supporter of the New York Breeding Program, Greg, forever.
We have the big carryover coming up next. $49,000 Pick 6 carryover begins in just 19 minutes. Good luck. Get your tickets together. It begins with this. 7 furlongs, $50,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds, and it's iridescent. Brad Cox off the claims off of George Weaver. It's a reclaim. Brad Cox had him before. Who opens up as a 7-5 favorite?
I like when you see a reclaim like that. It speaks of a trainer's confidence or comfortability with a particular horse. I'm a little bit interested in the 5 Squints because I'm a big Sandlot fan. That movie Sandlot, the one character with Squints, great movie.
We're going to take a timeout. Mig, so long on the desk. We're going to see you reporting coming up. We're going to talk West Coast Championship weekend. Your favorite Del Mar moment in your career? Pacific Classic?
Pacific Classic with Student Council, no doubt.
We're going to talk Breeders' Cup when we come back, hours away from Championship Friday. Sarah Al-Badwi joins me after a short timeout. Stay with us.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. You won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910.
The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan.
So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed.
So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley.
It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame.
The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that.
Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public.
I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Proud to have Claiborne as a sponsor. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well on this Halloween Thursday afternoon on the eve of championship weekend out at Del Mar. Sarah Albawi joining me on the desk. All your preparation done?
Mostly. Not quite there yet with some of them, but more done than I thought I was going to be by this time, I would say. And I think that we are all wishing for a couple more extra days of handicapping time, but really excited for that Breeders' Cup coming up tomorrow.
Tremendous international participation coming up this year, including in the Classic. We have 3 Japanese runners that are going to line up in this year's edition of the big one at 1.25 miles for $7 million, highlighted by, I think, the horse who ran the best in the Kentucky Derby. You can make the case that maybe he was the best and should have won that race. Forever Young, who has the inside post. What do you think first about post position for him?
Well, I think that we expect him to be one of those horses that's coming from off the pace regardless. So maybe he can work out a trip where he does take back from the rail, ends up behind horses, and there should be some pace, at least on paper, in this Breeders' Cup Classic. And maybe that ends up setting up for him because he was able to close so well in the Kentucky Derby. But I think this is an effort where he goes on to win that shows he could be a little more tactical if he needed to be. So I'm not too worried about it for him, a horse that should be coming from a little bit off the pace.
And obviously showed you that race coming back off the long layoff. October 2nd, hadn't raced since Derby Day. Comes back and wins and beats a Group 3 winner in the process at 1.25 miles. He has shown up every single time we've seen him.
He has. I mean, he is just one of those horses that is saved for that Kentucky Derby. He's undefeated so far. And so everyone that had their money on him in that race, I think they'll be looking to place a bet back this year in the Classic.
Runner-up from last year's Classic, part of that contingent in the Classic as well from Japan. Form, though, does not seem to be quite as sharp coming into this year's edition.
And the contender we're about to talk about next, also for Japan, Ushba Tesoro, has been able to get the better of him over their last couple of meetings. But if this guy can replicate the race that he ran last year, finishing second for White Barrio, I mean, he has to be one of the ones that's considered. And they are doing something a little bit different. They are putting blinkers on him, and he has made this trip out here before and run well. I also agree with you. I just wonder if this year maybe he's not quite in the same form.
Well, Ushba Tesoro, he is coming off 3 consecutive runner-up finishes, including the Saudi Cup to Senor Buscador, Dubai World Cup, distant second to Laurel River, and horse who's shown immense talent, over 16 million earnings, competing in some of those obviously big purse races.
He's in great form right now. I mean, he's the one that's been able to string all those second-place finishes together, a win in a Group 1 before that. He's had plenty of experience at the 1.25 mile distance, and I think that he's going to really appreciate a lot of pace. And as far as his running style, he is one that likes to be very far back early.
Loves this distance to 7 for 9 at 1.25 miles. So many great storylines, especially in that Classic. And of that trio, is Forever Young the one you think best chance for Japan?
That's the one that's going to be included in my wagers as far as the one that I think that has the best chance overall to be a part of things in terms of your exotic wagers. And I think that he is coming in with the best record as of right now.
Back to today's card here in this Thursday in South Ozone Park, New York. Pick 6 carryover coming up next. Look at the sequence, how many runners in each race. And I thought very difficult to try and find horses where you feel confident keying, singling in any of these races coming up. Begins with a $50,000 7/8 race. Let's take a look at how you're going to put things together coming up.
Yeah, not an easy sequence, and this is the final time that we'll have a Pick 6 carryover on a Sunday because it's a mandatory payout this coming Sunday after the Breeders' Cup. But this is not an easy group of races to put together, and I think that you have some big choices to make as far as who do you trust and who do you rely on. And I did end up singling in the last leg, but it's not with too much confidence as I'm trying to beat a couple of favorites early on in here. I'm using 2 horses in this race. I think the pace might be honest coming up in this first leg. I'm hoping that Hagrid's Flame will appreciate a slight cutback, one that likes to come from off the pace, and Squints is in great form right now as well. Going into that next leg, taking a look at the 4th race, I want the 2 for Chad Brown. I don't fully trust horses trying something new for the first time for a couple of other trainers that are likely to be shorter prices, like the number 4 for Bill Mott. Then heading into another race that's very difficult. I know a lot will rely on Nilo's Rose. I'm going to also use the firster for Brad Cox and Take Me to London. A couple of horses in the 6th race. That turf race that we have coming up is super competitive, trying to get a price in there using 3 horses. And then to close things out, I want that first-time starter for Ray Handel, the number 11, Tistimonial. The Tisdalaws have been absolutely amazing on the grass.
Good luck to everyone playing. We got our post parade coming up here in the first leg. And again, we'll kick it off with a $50,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds at 7/8 of a mile. We'll start with this one here. Boss Tweed, very quick from the inside post.
He likes to be forward. He's had the benefit of a couple racetracks playing in his favor, but you'll know him early.
Still favored next door. It's Iridescent. It's a reclaim for one of the best trainers on the planet, Brad Cox.
returns to a barn that he ran well in, though he was favored and ended up dead heating for second. He's in solid form right now.
Hagrid's Flame, Jose Lezcano, John Terranova will cut back in distance.
We haven't seen him since July 31st, and he is getting a little bit of less distance to work with, but I think the pace sets up for him well.
Sandy Sweet Tooth won off about a 7-month layoff.
Big effort as well. The blinkers do go on for this one. If he can replicate that 78 buyer, he's a player, but I kind of want to see it again at a shorter price.
Here is Squints. Next door, it's Tom Morley, second off the claim.
He's just been in great form. He's been able to get the better of Iridescent a couple of times when they have met. He seems to be doing very well for this new barn.
Squints quite often is forward. He was very quick early and then backed up last start against Better.
Yeah, Ridgewood Runner is a horse that he took some time to break through at the maiden level, and maybe he is one that needs to get a little bit quicker to be competitive.
Like Believin' in Magic, more pace potentially. Showed pace, a couple of dirt starts, but coming out of mile races on the grass.
Yeah, we'll see if he has that same speed now, switching back to the dirt and cutting back in distance, but he's got to get it quite a bit faster.
And Danny Garganbarn with Kendrick Carmouche, the Monopoly Man.
Not totally impossible as he comes in from Parks. He has yet to race on this circuit, but he's had some good efforts as of late, and his last 2 races put him in the mix.
6 minutes to get those Pick 6 tickets together. Good luck to everyone. Additional nearly $100,000 bet into this pool. Junior Alvarado on the speed from the rail. Boss Tweed. And Junior, of course, look what he will have. Championship weekend. A couple of big ones obviously stand out with Arthur's Ride, the Whitney winner, and then Warlike Goddess. Is it finally her year to get it done?
That would be so great as far as being a fan of the sport. Just all the opportunities that she's had to be competitive in some of those Breeders' Cup races and run really well against males several times. If this could finally be her year, I'd love to see it. We know that she can run for days. She's not going to have any problems with the distance, and that's one of the fan storylines that I would be absolutely thrilled to see happen, though I don't know that I'm going to end up betting on her at a shorter price.
It seems, too, you just look back at the last couple of years from her, and she seems to get better. She kind of eases into her years. She gets better and stronger as the year goes on.
I agree. She seems to be one that races herself into her best form and brings some of her best races forward around this time, especially for those Breeders' Cup efforts. So I don't see any reason why she wouldn't fire one of her A races.
Back to the start of this Pick 6 coming up, so 5 minutes away. It's been Iridescent favored throughout. Surprised by that at all?
Not really. I mean, I think when anyone sees any trainer, in particular a trainer like Brad Cox, reach back in to claim a horse and bring them back to their barn, these are the types of horses that do generally take some money. But I think that overall he is running against a similar level of class that he has been a short price against over his last couple of starts. He was a short price when he ran for this barn, and he's run well on multiple occasions, but he hasn't quite sealed the deal in a little while.
6 seconds as well in 13 starts.
You don't love that at 7 to 5.
And we were talking about that, you know, in the last race with with Jansen, a maiden, 5 runner-up finishes and 10 tries, who public made way too short a price, went off at 3 to 5. Now another short price on a horse that has an affinity for running second.
And I'd love to say he's just this price because he's going back to Brad Cox, but he's been a short price several times. He was a short price last time, maybe a little bit of that, the Irad Ortiz Jr. factor, but he's been favored and not gotten the job done at least 3 other times since we've seen him in the winner's circle. So at 7 to 5 and now especially 3 to 2, I'm going to try to beat him.
Meanwhile, you are going next door. Jose Lezcano, John Terranova, Hagrid's Flame. What'd you like with this one?
I hope that he comes back fit and ready to go because he, I think, will really appreciate some pace up front. And I think that he should get that with Boss Tweed. And I don't think Sandy Sweet Tooth is super slow on the front end either. A horse that is one that seems to be improving at this time. And while he does need to cut back successfully and also be one that is firing fresh off the layoff, I think that things are going to set up for him really well. I think that his race where he won, he had plenty of trouble in his first start prior to that. He was against the racetrack after that. Then he gets the win and then clearly just did not handle the sloppy sealed track in that next start and also had a little bit of trouble in that race at Saratoga. Subsequently, he's off for a little bit of time. And I think that if he takes a step forward now and gets the right kind of setup, he's a fair enough price.
Meanwhile, Sandy Sweet Tooth It's run on 3 different kinds of surfaces, including a fast track last time out. That was off a 7-month layoff, and he was able to get the win that day as an even money favorite. But on a race day as well, where certainly inside speed seemed to be doing really well, and he was never down really towards the inside. Big effort coming back, and now he has blinkers.
Yeah, it's just a question of whether or not you think that he's a horse that's going to replicate that 78 Beyer that he got last time, or do something a little bit better than that, because his prior 2 races don't necessarily get the job done. But as you mentioned, he was on and off track in both of those, a different type of off track for each race, and maybe just finally getting to a fast track, he is this horse.
Yeah, it's obviously Dutrow Barn. Very good. We can expect to move forward, and then equipment change too. Will be stronger second off the bench. We will see. 4-1 right now. Squints, though, you're never going to get 6-1. 3-1 with Squints, who's second choice right now, and coming out of race where he ran, maybe. I mean, I feel like that effort he ran last time out, Squints. He repeats that. He's going to be really tough to beat here.
And especially when you look at the price differential between him and Iridescent, a horse that he's finished ahead of. Don't you want him instead?
I feel like, look, Public made that last favorite way too short a price. I like the horse, but never should have been that short. Yeah, I feel like, what are we missing with Iridescent? I mean, is it just everyone falling in love with it, going back to Brad Cox?
Maybe. I mean, he's been a short price a couple of times. He's been a very heavily bet favorite, so maybe it's just that he is this horse that ends up taking this kind of money, and it's not as though he doesn't run well in several of his starts for multiple different barns, and he's been able to transfer his form to different connections, but I just really don't want him in a race where I think that there are other horses that maybe are in a slightly better form than he is right now and might get a better setup.
You know, back to Junior Alvarado and the speed this one has from the inside. Do you question the distance here, 7 furlongs for this one?
I do, because I feel as though the races where he's been most successful, he's taken advantage of some track biases when he's been able to command the early lead, get over to the inside, and establish the pace when the inside was the most favorable place to be on the racetrack. I think that he's had that occur in his favor a couple of times when he's been successful, and so I want to see him do it on a fair surface and get those same types of numbers, and he also has to get that extra furlong. He almost got caught last time too. Well, last time on the dirt that we just took a look at.
Turf back to dirt today, quick from that inside, and there is, you know, obviously has to go from that inside, and that's the way he wants to run anyway, but there is some other speed in here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sandy Sweet Tooth, they were likely to be forward anyway. Now adding the blinkers, I think that just is another indicator that they're going to want to establish some early position. Manny Franco aboard. And I think that even Ridge Road Runner, he's not a horse that I necessarily view as a win candidate, but he could be forward as well.
He went super fast last start. I mean, that's a horse who's shown some speed, but nothing like what he did last start at Churchill. We'll see what this one does. Coming in a little bit fresh for Carlos Martin. Let's go downstairs. Mig joins us to see how they look.
Yeah, guys, and I will say your favorite looks outstanding, as most Brad Cox runners do look. But as also Squints, I mean, Tom Morley has done a great job. The horse looks great, dropping back to that $50,000 level where he was claimed at. And I really like Squints. I think he checks all the boxes, getting down to the more appropriate spot, looks great physically. And I think a horse that's going to create his own trip, he should be forward. Guys, also like the movie quite a bit too, so I hope I'm not saying after the race, you're killing me, Squints.
Sandlot fans, such a good movie. 8-5 favorite on Iridescent. That one's not moved off favoritism. I think all of us think this horse right here on the screen is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. I respect him a lot. He's part of my ticket. It's a small play. If you wanted to throw in some other horses throughout the sequence, especially the favorite in the last, I don't blame you. But for the purposes of TV tickets, this is what is going in as my main play. And I think he's got a big shot, but I'm hoping to upset the field with Hagrid's Flame.
Price finally has come down a little bit on Sandy Sweet Tooth. So blinkers on, second start off the layoff, off 7 months away for the 4. See if he can improve here off that nose victory last start. That was the best figure he'd ever run, and it was the first time on a fast track. So another, as you brought up, maybe another reason to think just better on a fast surface, which he'll get today.
Certainly possible. He has to deal with some speed towards his inside, and we'll see what he's made of. But that last race, I mean, there's no reason not to like him.
Start of this pick 6 carryover. An additional $163,000 bet into that $49,000 carryover. Good luck to everybody playing. Chris Griffin to get us started here in the third.
The Monopoly Man to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. From the outside draws, there's Ridgewood Runner in the early mix with Like Believing in Magic in the early lead, and there's Boss Tweed at the rail. Joining them out wider there is the Monopoly Man, and now a pace battle on the front end. 3 across the racetrack as Boss Tweed is a nose in front. Boss Tweed, Ridgewood Runner in between horses, 3 wide. There comes the Monopoly Man. And tight there at the rail is Sandy Sweet Tooth. Wants to go, is just tucking in right in behind that leading trio. Losing a touch of ground was Squints, is in the 5th position. Now shoved along to move forward to stay with this early group, and they went 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. The 3 at the back, it's Iridescent. To the outside of that one, Hagrid's Flame, and the trailer now Like Believing in Magic. They're well into the far turn, and Boss Tweed's got the lead. It's Boss Tweed in front, is up by a head. Here comes the pressure from the Monopoly Man, and in between horses still is Ridgewood Runner. Getting off the rail was Sandy Sweet Tooth, and Manny Franco there on the move from 4th. Out wider trying to rally on his Squints. The rest with some running to do as Hagrid's Flame is trying to get into it with Iridescent. The leader is Ridgewood Runner, who's kicked on. Ridgewood Runner still got plenty at a big number. It's Ridgewood Runner who's up by 3. The Monopoly Man continues to chase from out of the pack. Iridescent. Sandy Sweet Tooth trying to make up some late ground, but inside the final 16th, Ridgewood Runner kicks off the pick 6 at 17-1. Ridgewood Runner wins it over Sandy Sweet Tooth, the Monopoly Man, and Iridescent in 1 minute 23 seconds flat.
Well, on our way to a double carryover, the pick 6. The joy of winning. This was unexpected. Ridgewood Runner, not just winning the race, the way that he did it.
Yeah, I guess he heard him say that I didn't think he was a real win contender and said, I'll show you, because he put away the other speed. No problem. He's the one between horses here at the top of the stretch. You can see a couple of horses starting to pick up some ground, starting to pick up some momentum, and he just dusted them. He blew away like he was the favorite in this race instead of being 17-1. And congrats if you had him and you're alive going forward, but I think many are ripping up some tickets right now.
He had some back form. Look, he beat Iridescent before. He'd run some very good numbers, but the recent form, I mean, so quick early and then just flat out stopped last start. Totally different performance today. Luis Rivera Jr., 17-1, 6-4-8-2. It was a long way back to second, though.
It was. I mean, Sandy Sweet Tooth didn't break quite as sharply as maybe we expected, and that may not or may have not have made a difference because he was in tight towards the rail, but he got out in the clear, made that run, and just was not making a dent on Ridgewood Runner, who was able to survive that three-way pace duel and just kick on very impressively.
Like this barn with a big price in the last. They should have taken bigger attention, paid more attention here to this first leg. Carlos Martin, Ridgewood Runner, 17-1 to start off this pick 6 carryover with a huge upset. Obviously still a long way to go, and good news for everyone else who's knocked out. We got the late pick 5. We can start over coming up.
Always another
opportunity. Surprise. Ridgewood Barnes, Carlos Martin, Luis Rivera Jr., 17-1 in this pick 6 carryover.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Luis Rivera Jr. and trainer Carlos Martin, Ridgewood runner, went incredibly fast last start and then backed up in a race at Churchill Downs. We'd not seen him since. This time surprises at a huge price, 17-1 to start off this Pick 6 carryover. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And Louis, Ridgewood runner, he seems to respond well to you. This is your third win on him. Seems like the key to him, though, is being up in the race.
Yeah, he wants to be, he wants to be in the race. Whenever I broke, I just asked him out of there. I see number one was trying to go to elite, so I don't even want to go like head to head with the other horse. So I just let him go like half length in front of me and let my horse relax a little bit. And whenever it was time to run, he responded well to me.
He looked great in the warm-up. When I saw him gallop off, he framed up beautifully. Is he the kind of horse that touts himself in the warm-up?
Yeah, you can tell like whenever you start galloping, he put his head down and he gallops like a classy horse. He feels really, really nice.
Well, you've been riding really well, and I think you've really gotten stronger as you got to ride more, just maturity. Tough disqualification the other day. How do you shake that off and continue to do what you're doing, which is riding extremely well?
Well, Rick, after your steward says official, you cannot do nothing. You gotta just go and ride your next race. That's all. You cannot take it to the next race. You just gotta pass the page. That's all.
Well, you're doing a great job of that. You got to be mentally tough as well as physically tough. And I got to tell you, watching you finish, you're really carving out a nice little spot for yourself here.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that.
Guys, a young man that knows you got to shake things off and go forward. The past is behind you. The future's in front of you.
Yeah, young rider with a big future there. You win races like this at this kind of price, you start to have people take notice.
Absolutely, and that was a great effort from my buddy B, and unfortunate disqualification, but I thought that he really attempted to stay within the bounds of race riding throughout the majority of that bold ruler, and that was a solid ride by Luis Rivera Jr. I think that disqualification or not, that showed maybe a sign of things to come from him, especially in some graded stakes this winter.
$36 winner to start off this Pick 6 carryover. See what happens the rest of the way. Late Pick 5 starts here. It's a maiden special weight. All trying for their first win. This is 7/8 of a mile. Chad Brown with a couple in here. He's got Fashion Victim and Fundamentally, and Wesley Ward has a returning filly as well.
Yeah, Buncheon's a hard read because this horse took a lot of money as a 2-year-old at Keeneland, as we often see from Wesley Ward horses, and we haven't seen her in quite some time, but maybe she's one that's lightly raced and has all of the upside.
Difficult race. 4-1 right now is your favorite. Tells you how wide open this one is. That is it for me. Maggie Wolfendale stepping in along with Sarah to take you the rest of the way in this late Pick 5 on this Halloween card. Pick 6 carryover. Potentially, who knows, on our way to a double Pick 6 carryover on Friday.
We'll see. I mean, anybody that had Ridgewood Runner is extremely excited and looking forward to the rest of the sequence right now. I just get more nervous.
You have a horse like that to start it off. It's just nerve-wracking the entire way. Good luck to everyone who is still alive. Late Pick 5, of course, coming up next. We're going to take a timeout. Maggie stepping in for me. And Stunner faced maybe the best 2-year-old filly in the land. Showed what she can do when she got away from Senza Parole. We will see here this weekend coming up in Attempted. Preview of that one coming up next.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
They are in the stretch, and Malathaat has the lead, and Malathaat is opened up by 3 lengths. Then American West in second, and Cafe Society. Malathaat with the lead at the 16th pole, and Malathaat is going to win Aqueduct's Tempted Stakes, and it's been a heck of an opening day here at Aqueduct for trainer Todd Pletcher and jockey Kendrick Carmouche.
Malathaat on her way to do a lot more good things after this attempted win for Todd Pletcher. Of course, Sarah, we saw her for a couple years after that, too. She brought us some thrilling victories and some narrow defeats as well.
She was so cool, and I was never on the right side of her rivalry with Clairiere and the whole older mare division as far as Latruska and search results and everybody that brought us so much excitement in that division. And she was still just so great to watch run. Very cool horse that always seemed to show up. And I mean, she was just as consistent as could be.
She really was. And talking with Connection, she was also one of the sweetest horses around the barn, which I find sometimes rare with those really good race mares. Welcome back to the program. I'm Maggie Wolf. Now pleased to be up here with Sarah El-Badwi, holding things down. Well done, you.
I tried.
As getting excited for Breeders' Cup?
Yeah, I'm excited for Halloween. I hear that you have a costume that you might be maybe posting a picture of later. Will we see?
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. It might be going straight back to Amazon. Anyway, the Tempted is coming up this weekend here. Belmont at the Big A, and a heavy favorite drawn on the inside in number 1, Stunner for Brad Cox, who blew away the competition after she got out of the way of Senza Parole, who unfortunately we won't see for the rest of this juvenile season. But Stunner, she was all the goods, winning by 6 1/4 lengths last time here, going to 6 1/2.
She impressed, and I mean, she was favored over Senza Parole on debut. I mean, she is a horse that was already going to be taking some money anyway, and then to finish second to a horse that we saw go on and do so much, really, in terms of impressing us as a 2-year-old filly, and we'll hopefully see coming up next year in the 3-year-old division. But she's going to have to handle the stretch out and distance. I don't really think it'll be a problem for her.
No, with it being a daughter of Gervin, obviously he won a Haskell. She's out of a hard-spun mare. There's pedigree for her to take to this distance. And looking at my notes, I actually think that she would prefer a bit more ground. So coupled with her tactical speed, I think should make her fairly formidable in this spot, but she's going to have to take on a pretty full field. Actually, 8 others will challenge her, and number 9, Impulse Buy, as we skip to the outside of the field, comes in for Rudy Brissett as she won her maiden in impressive fashion at Keeneland last time out in early October.
Yeah, she took a big step forward from her first start to her second start, earning an 83 by her speed figure for this effort. She was forward in here. She's gone a little bit further, then Stunner towards your inside. She has gotten the 7 furlong distance, and she pulled away convincingly from this field as well to win by a solid margin. I mean, I think that she has this number that maybe was helped a little bit by Keeneland playing towards inside speed that weekend, but you can't deny that she is a horse with some talent moving into this race, and she's one of the main players for sure.
Absolutely, and she comes in too with a bullet work at Keeneland here on October 25th, and as you said, she's likely to go forward in here, but it feels like a race where several of these are stretching out that will likely go forward in here, so I don't think that makes her job any easier. And Stunner gives me the impression that she is a horse that could take back and be successful.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's completely accurate. I think that she shouldn't have any problems with that, but a horse that we know can sit off some other horses at shorter distances, although maybe questioning where has she been, it's the Queen's MG, who, looking at her at first glance, you see a horse that is the only multiple graded stakes winner, stakes winner in a field, and they're 4-1. It seems enticing at first.
Yeah, at first, as she was going for a sweep of that series we have for the 2-year-old fillies in the spin away, having won the Schuylerville and the Adirondack. And then she caught a muddy sealed racetrack there on August 31st. That could have played into it. The fact that she had a taxing campaign throughout those summer months could have done her in. And furthermore, how far does she ultimately want to go would be my biggest question for her. And on top of all that, Sarah, she just doesn't look fast enough.
No, she doesn't. She's going to need to take a step forward as far as the races we've seen from her so far. They just don't compete with some of the last out performances from these up-and-comers who are a little bit more lightly raced and possibly prefer going further distances than she might.
Yeah, as the Tempted is just one of the races that we will see coming up this weekend here as a little aperitif to the Breeders' Cup out there at Del Mar. We'll also run the Nashua for the boys. We will have that early post time of 11 o'clock Eastern time. The Nashua going early. The Artie Schiller for those older turf horses. The Stuart Manor sprinting on the turf, the 2-year-old fillies. And of course, the other 2-year-old fillies going long on the dirt. So kind of sprinkled throughout the card there on Saturday. Coming up, though, imminently is race number 4 here from Belmont at the Big A. We have maiden special weight for the older fillies, 7 furlongs, and it's a really interesting race there. We have plenty that are coming back off long layoffs, trying the dirt for the first time, and also 2 for Chad Brown. 1 looking pretty good in number 3, Fashion Victim, but we see favoritism to Citational also coming out of that same race. She was further back that day and against the track as we get it down to Mig, Richard Migluri, that is, with 11 minutes to post. Mig, what are you seeing from these maidens in the paddock?
Yeah, honestly, they're a classy group, Maggie. They're all acting really well. The 3 Fashion Victim, like you said, coming out of that same race with Citational. Looks great. Everything you expect a Chad Brown to look like. She ran well on debut, just second best. The 4 Grand Job, she's very interesting to me. I love her works on the dirt. She is by Justify, a Triple Crown winner here in North America on dirt. Seems to be able to get horses that are good on both surfaces. Looking at the 4 Grand Job, though, from a physical perspective, she certainly looks very turfy. That longer, slacker pasterns, Maggie, that you like to talk about, and the wider, flatter front feet. But look at those works up on the Saratoga training track. A half in 48 and 2, 5 furlongs in a minute and 2/5. Those are really nice, solid works, particularly in the fall of the year up on the Oklahoma track in Saratoga. And, Bill Mott, obviously the youngest trainer ever in the Hall of Fame, has a good handle on what surfaces he believes his horses will excel on. And she looks great. I mean, she's just handling herself so well. She definitely walks with an air of class about her. And then the 8-horse Citational, you get Hall of Famer Shug McGahee is the conditioner. She looks great. Shug is a trainer that develops a horse for a career. You see a lot of improvement usually from the first start to the second start. And now she draws outside going 7/8. And I think it just allows her to get in a good rhythm, get into the race the right way. Those are the 3 that sit out here in the paddock. And of course, we'll get a good look at the warming up before we make any final judgments.
I remember liking Citational a lot in the paddock. First time she ran, she just seemed as though she wanted more ground, but she only stretching out to a half a furlong here from the 6.5 to the 7. What did you think about both of these horses coming out of that September 27th race?
I think it's a wide open race, as you can tell from the current betting board that we're dealing with. And Citational is one that there are some expectations with her. I mean, she cost $1.3 million. And so you expect her to look nice and to run well on the racetrack. And I think that the plan is probably eventually to get her into more of those route races. But as Richie touched on, we see this with Shug McGahee quite often as he develops his racehorses over time. And they take a couple of races generally to be at their best. And so I think that I wouldn't hold that first race against her by any means, running a well-beaten third as against the racetrack, as you said. But I just want to see a little bit more forward position from her today. And I think that maybe next time would be the time that I want to take her at a similar price to Fashion Victim.
With hopes that she is getting more ground in that proverbial next race.
Yes.
Yeah.
The one after this one.
Well, Chad, of course, will be sending out fundamentally as well in here, going from turf to dirt. But this is only the tip of the iceberg for the weekend for Chad Brown, as he has a fully packed Breeders' Cup schedule. He'll send out 3 on Future Champions Friday, Virgin Colada and Zulu Kingdom in the turf races. But Chancer McPatrick, he will be one of the likely favorites for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He is undefeated in his 3-race career so far. We're taking a look back here at his Grade 1 Champaign performance. Sarah, he got the fractions to close into, but yet again, he is just remarkable at what he's able to overcome and show his best foot late.
This is like Sierra Leone, but professional, right?
That is such a good analogy. Well done, you.
Thanks. We saw Sierra Leone be that exciting closer with a lot of talent last year that was able to gobble up ground and make these big outside moves, but he had these little quirks where he would lug in, and eventually they caught up to him as a 3-year-old as he started facing better company. Chancer McPatrick, he gets himself into position at the top of the stretch. He's a lot more seasoned in his running in terms of not having those antics where he lugs in and out over the racetrack. He's able to go by Tip Top Thomas, who, yes, there was pace in this race, but it held together with that horse finishing second and well ahead of your 3rd place finisher. And I mean, any horse that drew well this weekend, I feel as though he's got to be top in the conversation or one of the absolute most benefited by the draw. Far outside again for him.
Yeah, so he's not, because he has, as you mentioned, that late closing running style, so he can drop back. He can get to the rail or at least save a bit of ground. I couldn't agree with you more. He's so exciting and stalled at 3-1 on the morning line. We'll see him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile coming up tomorrow. As we'll take a look here, though, we're going to meet the field for race number 4, the Taco Lady turning back in distance today.
And hasn't been on a fast track for Linda Rice as of yet. This is her first opportunity off the claim to do so.
At 10-1 is number 2, Bunchin. She will go from turf to dirt.
I don't know what to do with this horse, a well-bet Wesley Ward 2-year-old that then went over to Ascot, then ran once last year and now comes back yet again.
Me neither. It's number 3, Fashion Victim. I thought ran well when finishing second behind Gate to Wire winner, My Magic Wand.
Yeah, she was a horse that was running into a horse who got the best of the racetrack on her and could take another step forward.
Here's another one trying the dirt. This one, though, for the first time in number 4, Grand Job.
We'll see if she takes to this surface. She's run okay on the turf and synthetic and is making her first start here in the U.S.
Here's a bigger price Chad Brown horse. Sometimes people's betting angle. Number 5, Fundamentally.
The other Chad. I like this horse a little bit as one that could take a step forward now as a 3-year-old and maybe has some upside.
It's really tall and leggy on there on the track. As number 6, Shoplifting. Chances are adding up for her.
Very promising 2-year-old that just does not seem to have gone on from that. Has the pedigree, but she's had her opportunities.
Jorge Duarte and Colts Neck will send out number 7, No Tricks.
This horse has shown some speed. She'd need to take a step forward in terms of her speed figures on buyers, but she's been forward in all 3 of her races so far.
Here's one that will need to show a bit more speed in number 8, Citational.
Yeah, some excuses first time out, but she is getting bet in this spot, and maybe today is the day for her, but not with my money.
As we'll take a look here at Fashion Victim, Sarah, staying with the pony for this warm-up with Manny Franco aboard. Flavia Pratt was aboard last time out, as we'll take a look back at that first race where she broke very well and just chased My Magic Wand, who had the experience edge on her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was forward in that spot. She was able to be in a stalking position. She never got by your eventual winner who had the experience, as you mentioned, and it seems as though she was just not really most benefited by the racetrack. It seems as though the horse that was able to get the best of her had all of that inside position, had the jump on her early on, and also had the experience under her belt. So lots of reasons to think that she might end up taking a step forward in here today, and I do expect her to be forward again.
Right, as she spent the entire race 2 to 3 wide throughout. As Richie was mentioning number 4, Grand Job, back in the paddock, saying that she looked a bit more like a turf horse. But if you do a bit of deep diving into the pedigree, there's plenty to say that she'll be okay on the dirt, but sometimes physical attributes play stronger than what bloodlines do.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as though the dam was able to handle the dirt without a problem, but seemed to run some of her better races on the grass, and the siblings seem to prefer that surface as well. So not a negative pedigree as far as switching surfaces, but I don't really know if she's a horse that I wanted to take at her price on the morning line, though she has floated up if there's some interest in her, and she does go out for Bill Mott in here and justifies. They seem to be running very well on the turf, but it's not as though they can't handle the dirt.
as we'll see City of Troy try to induce that type of thinking in the Breeders' Cup Classic. She is a three-quarter sister to a graded stakes winner on the dirt, albeit in Dubai. So we'll see as we'll get it down to Mig, who's standing by trackside. More on Grand Job here, Mig.
Yeah, Maggie, I landed on Grand Job. I liked her in the paddock in spite of what I was talking about, maybe a little bit, physically looking a bit more turfy, but watching her gallop off, the way she framed up, just a lovely mover. I really like everything I'm seeing from the 4 Grand Job. And those workouts in Saratoga this time of year stand out, that 48 and 2 and that minute and 2/5, basically going, 12 to every 8th. She checked the boxes for me. Again, admittedly thinking in the paddock she looked a bit more turfy, but I'm sure a lot of people looked at me when I started riding and go, hey, I don't look like a rider, maybe the center on the jockey basketball team, but so I'll forgive all that, and she just made too good an impression warming up. And then the other horse that I didn't really garner my attention in the paddock, but really loved her in the warm-up, was the 6 Shoplifting, and she is out of a mare, Miss Shop, who wound up being a graded stakes winner on turf as well as dirt. She could do either. I actually won a stake on the grass for the late great Alan Jerkins, and what an aggressive, beautiful warm-up, and I like her getting back to the dirt here. I think she's interesting, and she's taking money. 6-1 morning line. She's 9-2 now, but I'm on the 4 Grand Job, changing surfaces.
All right, Grand Job for Mig, as he did mention number 6 in here, Shoplifting. Did you give her any sort of look at all, Sarah?
I've tried her a couple of times. I thought that her debut was super impressive, but when you look at that race and when you look at what she's done since then, yes, she has one race in an off-the-turf race that's a little bit quicker than that, but outside of that, I mean, she's just kind of exposed at this point.
I couldn't agree more. Like you said, she finished second to the eventual champion and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, and just FYI, first time out, but she's been unable to get back to that sort of performance. So we'll see Richie, though, liking what he saw from her on the track, as you're going to the quote-unquote other Chad in here, currently sitting at 8-1, is Fundamentally. What did you like about her second off the bench, returning to the dirt?
She's got to get a lot faster than her prior dirt races, but those were as a 2-year-old, and I think that she's still that little bit of an unknown on this surface, because maybe you say that with routine improvement from 2 to 3, she's taken a step forward, and I don't think that we know yet for sure that it wasn't the switch over to the turf. It seems as though she's one that's just gotten a little bit better overall. If that's the case, I think that you're getting a good price on a horse that has the experience on this surface, and if she is this 70 type of buyer horse now, she has races that fit with a lot of others in this field if she can translate that kind of form back to the dirt. So I want to give her another try, second off the layoff on this surface. A little bit of a wild card in here, and has to certainly improve from those 2-year-old races, but I think that it still remains to be seen whether or not she can handle this surface.
I couldn't agree with you more. I really liked what I saw from her out in the racetrack, because she is that big and posing type, and you got to think that it feels like Chad was almost giving her a race in that 6 furlong turf event, where it doesn't feel like, at least looking at her from the TV screen, that's what she wants to do. So it feels like the 7 furlongs might be right up her alley, getting back to the dirt. She's very interesting, and you're going to get paid with her at 8-1 and continuing to take quite a bit of money. Grand Job, actually. Well done here, David Aragona. He did do the morning line this week, right?
I believe so.
Nailed it.
This seems like a
per
David
usual.
line.
What?
This seems like a David
feels
line.
like a David line, exactly. As they are heading into line with tepid favoritism, going to Fashion Victim. She was second first time out. Can she turn it into a win for Chad Brown? As we are still waiting for them to actually load. So, Sarah, did we mention Bunchin in here?
I said I didn't know what to do with her. She just seems like one of those Wesley Ward horses that was sent out to be the typical Wesley Ward type of 2-year-old, and then head over to Ascot, and then we don't see them for a while. And now we
he
haven't
literally
seen her for a while
does turn
again.
them out and forget about them, and allows them to grow up. But the pedigree, besides being a gun runner, is so much more tilted to turf.
I mean, she's a huge price if you like her, based on what prices she has been in her U.S. starts so far, but she wasn't for me.
I hear you. Take the wait and see approach as they are heading into line for this contentious maiden special weight race number 4. We throw it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. they're off. Awkward beginning there for the Taco Lady. Just took an awkward step shortly after the break. The speed is with Grand Job in between horses, and there's No Tricks towards the outside, and now No Tricks is a half deck in front. Down towards the inside is Grand Job, is challenging this leader and Citational Outwider in third. Following them comes Fundamentally, is now challenging fourth. Next door is going to be Fashion Victim at the rail. Moving forward on the far outside is Bunshin. Very far out there is Shoplifting, and the trailer, after the awkward step, is the Taco Lady. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Grand Job. It's Grand Job in front. No Tricks is challenging from second towards the outside. Fashion Victim is moving through at the rail. Ground Saving Journey and Fashion Victim is right up on heels now. Just ran by. No Tricks is now taking the two path to come after Grand Job, and Grand Job is in front, but how long? 44-3. The posted half mile time. Grand Job still got more. Grand Job just a touch here at the top of the lane, and now Grand Job sprints away. It's Grand Job trying to open up on this field and doing just that. Shoplifting from out of the pack is now on the grandstand side and closing, but is 6 lengths off the leader, who has a final furlong to get, and Grand Job is just opening with every single stride inside the final 16th, no doubt. Junior Alvarado, Grand Job, geared down, wins impressively. Grand Job wins it. Shoplifting, the Taco Lady up for third. Then came Fashion Victim in 1 minute 22 seconds flat.
Grand Job impressively. Pressure pace early on puts them to bed late here, Sarah.
Yeah, she was forward in here, but not so all out to really control this race. Allowed the number 7 No Tricks to go on with some early speed before backing out of there, and she was able to hold off the runs that were made by other horses in this spot. Towards the outside, Shoplifting made her run to finish second yet again, and it seemed like Fashion Victim had a little bit of run through going towards the inside of horses, but good job, Richard Migliore. She took to the dirt, no problem.
Yeah, well selected, Mig, as she goes off at as actually second choice here at 5-2, and ridden to victory by Junior Alvarado, and really well prepared here by Bill Mott. Had that pedigree to say she'd like the dirt, and that she did. Controlling and just really, I thought, ready for this first start back.
And I think just keeping her very clear of kickback and not having to worry about that as a possible variable when switching over to this surface also helped her. But she was able to open up pretty convincingly on this field and seemed as though she was able to handle that surface switch without any sort of issue.
Exactly, as Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott teaming up hopefully for a good Breeders' Cup Saturday with Warlike Goddess and Arthur's Ride, but more on Grand Job on the other side of this break. Prices and reactions. Stay tuned.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Thanks for sticking with us as America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2. Grand job. Yeah, she did just that in breaking her maiden first time on the dirt. First time for Bill Mott off the 13-month layoff. Guided to victory today by Junior Alvarado, who is standing by with our Richard Migliore.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Junior, grand job was very impressive. She was always traveling. And I could see when you wanted to hold your position going to the turn, not let that outside runner, but you barely moved your hands, and she was right there for you.
Yes, Richard, you know, we've been working with her, and, you know, in the morning she seems to handling, you know, everything we kind of throw at her. You know, she's been out working, and, you know, she's been just nothing but sensational in the mornings. And, you know, I was hoping she show up today, and she did.
Was she as smooth underneath you as she looked visually?
Yes, absolutely. You know, we always thought, you know, she travels so well. We know she's running the pole and the turf there, but I mean, that's why we took a shot in the dirt, because like I said, everything we throw at her, you know, she was out working, and, you know, she used a very nice, smooth feeling, like you said. And, you know, when I turned for home, you know, ask her, I mean, she just took off, and, you know, coming back, I look at the fraction, 44, like if you ask me, I would say probably 46, the way she was doing it, you know, never looked like she was going that fast, you know, but those are good horses, that's what they do.
Yeah, good horses are so efficient. You've really forged a really nice relationship with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. You work there, the horses for him, you work intimately with him. How special has that relationship been?
Oh, you know, it's been nothing but amazing, you know, and just, you know, it's always helped. You know, I get to go in the morning, we work the horses. Every time I ride horses, you know, normally at the end of the week, I give it a call, and we try to, you know, regroup and see what we should do differently, or if it's something we need to change in any horses. And I just think that's one of the keys of our success. You know, we're very communicating very well, and you know, always trying to do the best for the horses.
Well, it's really paying off, obviously, in a big way. Now you're heading to the Breeders' Cup, heading out to San Diego tonight. Arthur's Ride, your Breeders' Cup Classic mount. He's shown that he can go fast and carry. What kind of trip are you looking for?
You know, something similar when he won the Whitney. You know, I think he's a very good, well-rested right now. You know, he got the time he needed it. You know, like I said, last time we kind of thought he might bounce back after 2 big races. And, you know, I think energy-wise, he wasn't at the top at that time. But, you know, I think the way he's been working, you know, he looks sensational in the mornings. And like I said, I expecting a very good race, and almost kind of the same plan. We're going to get out of there running. I think his main weapon is the speed, and we're going to use that.
Best of luck out there. You're riding great. And, guys, not only is he a terrific race rider, he's a really good horseman, too. And I love the relationship he and Bill Mott have going on.
And I think that is the main part of it. Junior, very articulate in the feedback that he often offers trainers, and I think Bill Mott really appreciates that. So they have a really good working relationship. That's Grand Job returns $790 as your second choice over the 6 in here, which was shoplifting. All right.
Yeah, another second for her.
I know. Yeah. If you're still alive, and I can't believe I'm saying that with only 2 legs in, well done. Getting Ridgewood Runner home was a big one for the pick 6. Of course, that race there did kick off the late pick 5 as we continue things on with race number 5. This is a optional maiden restricted to those horses that were purchased or RNA'd for $50,000 or less, or they can run for the $50,000 tag. It's a very wide open betting board right now. 2 7-2 shots with Gaga's Handsome and Milo's Rose, who on paper did feel like the main horse to beat.
Yeah, I think a likely single for many in the pick 6 sequence. Not your favorite as of right now, but that can normalize and we'll see what ends up happening. But I think the first time starter for Brad Cox, a little bit interesting as well.
Well, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies often has championship indications, as the 2021 version back at Del Mar, it certainly did. As Echo Zulu, she looked formidable, to say the least, heading into this one, and with the utmost ease, she handles her foes.
She was brilliant. I mean, another one of the horses that took the New York Racing Association path to victory in the Breeders' Cup, and she was able to handle this ship and win without any problem. And we saw her have a long career as well, and of course that was lost way too soon. But I mean, she always really touted herself as being one of the special ones and having a lot of speed that she was able to develop over the years.
her honorable miss last year. Unreal. Devastating. As you can see, it has pretty much produced every single champion of the last 10 years. And you mentioned something interesting, as many of these horses did come through New York to prepare. Why do you think that is? Why do you think so many horses that have prepared or at least had one race in New York have gone on to do so well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies?
Well, I think that even if they're not necessarily pointing for those fall win and your ins here at Belmont at the Big A, Saratoga is a meet that attracts both the Kentucky circuit as well as anyone on the New York circuit and even the West Coast circuit as well. I mean, Saratoga is one of the premier meets, and it's the hot spot for 2-year-olds over the summer with the purses and the prestige that comes with it. So I think that even if they didn't run in some of those later races closer to the Breeders' Cup, they likely made a start at Saratoga because you want to compete against the best.
Well, Scottish Lassie, she made a start at Saratoga, but it was her Frizette that was her maiden breaking performance. Of course, last year's winner, just FYI, she won this race too on her way to victory. And Scottish Lassie just so professional here, I thought, and able to complete this Frizette in just a 1/5 of a second slower than Chancellor McPatrick, who she had slower fractions internally.
She did, and it's really hard to believe that this is Jorge Abreu's first graded stakes victory.
But yes.
And a grade 1 at that, and with a maiden as well. And I know this was not the fullest field in the Frizette that we've ever had by any means, but she was impressive, and she pulled away convincingly, really improving from that first start to get that first victory at a decent price. And there, I don't really know that she's going to actually go off as your favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. I think that the certain connections with a little bit more competition that they've faced, particularly Immersive, they might take that favoritism slot from her.
Of course, going out for Brad Cox, who was no stranger to winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, obviously with British Idiom, Monomoy Girl, right? Yes. Jeez, my brain's not working. But Immersive, you know, she has the physical attributes of a 2-year-old filly that's just bigger and stronger than her competition. But she hasn't done it, she hasn't won those races with the biggest flash or the biggest jaw-dropping performances, or at the very end, the fastest.
Yeah, I mean, I think that she's shown a lot of versatility in being able to handle that wet track, that muddy field surface, to take the spin away. I think that she was able to be one of the few horses to not be your pace setter from say go in the Alcibiades that weekend at Keeneland. But you're right, she hasn't had these flashy numbers or these faster races that give her such a big edge over the competition.
Right, and they're all going to have to contend with a Japanese invader who does look like she has the credentials to be okay in number 9, American Bikini, as she is a half-sister to Grade 1 winner Paris Lights, daughter of American Pharaoh. And while she's not undefeated, felt like her first race was more of a learning experience, and her next 2, they were fairly devastating.
They were, and she has speed as well. I mean, she's been forwardly placed when she's run some of her more recent races. I think that she's one of the more dangerous horses over the weekend that Japan is bringing in of their vast contingent in various Breeders' Cup races, and she might end up being my top pick. I haven't totally decided yet, but I'm leaning heavily.
All right, I'm going to Scottish Lassie.
Yeah.
As you said, hopefully we see Immersive taking the bulk of the play. As this year's Breeders' Cup Friday, it is Future Champions Day. It kicks off with the Juvenile Turf Sprint. These are Eastern times.
Yes.
At 5:45. Then the Fillies. Then we go back to the Juvenile Fillies Turf. The Juvenile, and we'll end things off with the Juvenile Turf, which does take place at 8:25 p.m. Next up here at Belmont at the Big A, it is that optional maiden claimer, restricted maiden special weight, as we do see horses in the paddock. And currently at 3-1 on the outside, Nilo's Rose for Rob Falcone ran very well in her debut, finishing second. More on her, and we'll meet the rest of the field as Brad Cox sends out Take Me to London on America's Day at the Races.
350. Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Sequel New York Stallion Honest Mischief is sired by 4-time champion General Sire Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen Mare Tussaud. Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire-producing family, including Empire Maker and Chester House. Honest Mischief showed both precociousness and speed in a career that saw him earn a career-high buyer figure of 112. And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
Welcome back to the program. We, of course, are proudly brought to you in part by NewYorkBreds.com. That is the official New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund as well. And Honest Mischief, a new sire to the New York Stallion ranks, and of course, getting his first stakes winner in Sacrosanct, taking the Sleepy Hollow, but Mama's Gold with that massive performance, earning a 102 buyer speed figure. 82.50 for the win, Sarah.
There were 3 horses that would result in a pick 6 carryover that we have today, and he was one of them and ended up upsetting that field. And we've had a pick 6 carryover every Sunday this meet so far, but this will be the final one because this coming Sunday,
it is
mandatory
the
payout.
Straight Up Aqueduct meet on the other side of this week. So, of course, that mandatory payout. I was so excited. My man, Lightman, won. It was the second highest payout
really
on the card. I love that horse so much. As race 5 in the paddock, there is your 9-5 favorite. That price continuing to drop on the Rob Falcone trainee. Nilo's Rose, I thought, ran very well, very professional in her debut with some good speed. As we'll get it down to the paddock for, of course, a paddock report with the MIG.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. We're going to start with the 5, Mrs. Manicotti, who ran once on dirt and wasn't a very good effort and came back with a better effort on synthetic. But I really have to talk about her because she kept drawing my attention. She's just extremely well turned out, looks great. Bill Murray does a terrific job. He's a guy that I'm happy has a presence again in New York. He brings really good horsemanship, knows where to place his horses. And Mrs. Manicotti, for you honeymooner fans, knows that it was the neighbor for Ralph Cramden, and actually used to ride a filly named Mrs. Manicotti for Rick Violet back in the day. An owner would name all his horses after characters in the Honeymooners. And even though Manicotti is not the proper way to say it, I grew up with Manigot, but that's a whole nother story. The 7 horse, another horse I have to talk about, not a horse that I loved on paper, but from a physical perspective, caught my attention. Jorge Abreu is out at the Breeders' Cup, saddling the morning line favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. His brother Fernando deputizing, but I mean, she looks outstanding. She could not be what, to me, better turned out, and I like her turning back in distance, so it definitely gives me the impression that she's better at the shorter distance. And your favorite, she looks great. She was well meant first time. And what I look for a lot of times with a second-time starter, particularly one that ran so well on debut, is how they reacted to the race. Did it, shake them up? Did they, kind of have a negative experience where now they're nervous about it? I'm not seeing any of that at all. She looks like the same confident filly that she was the first time, and ran extremely well that day. Just ran into one that was a little bit better, but she's a deserving favorite, no doubt.
It does feel like the horse is coming out of that September 28th race. As we'll take a look back at it now, are the ones taking some attention. As we see number 6, Gaga's Handsome, taking some money too at 3-1. Now you're going to see, actually, this is not, I thought it was impressive because she was down on the rail and kind of got squeezed back, and then when her rider Manny Franco extricated her from that inside position, she ran on again to the leader and winner.
And I think they're showing that professionalism to be able to really level off, and she's still running at this point. She's not going to catch the winner, but she's still making a good race of it all the way to the wire. Just being able to show that they can handle an off surface like that, they can sit off another horse and still run very professionally first time out. I think that Gaga's Handsome had a little bit of a tougher trip, being a little bit further back, having to make up some more ground and deal with that kickback in that spot and what was her second start. But I think that drawing the outside post again, it's not going to be a problem at all for this horse. I think it'll help her with the early position she showed last time out, and it's not as though anybody else has a really fast race that could compete of the ones with experience, so the money makes sense.
What did you make of someone who dropped in class last time to that state-bred maiden 40 and ran okay behind a gate-to-wire winner in Dee's Rock? My problem with her is it feels as though in these dirt sprints, she breaks fine, but she's just not fast enough to keep pace.
I agree with that. I think that maybe that might have played into the decision to try stretching her out on the turf second time out. Maybe that she wants a little bit more ground or possibly something different.
Here is the field. We'll kick things off with a long shot. Number 1, Have a Happy, returns to the dirt.
Horse with plenty of experience getting back to the dirt would have to improve significantly.
Central Casting makes her second start, blinkers on.
Broke slow on debut, has every room to take another step forward.
I thought she was very green running of that race too, with her head up in the air. Here is number 3, Someone. She can be a little bit of a bad actor at times.
And we'll see if she can take another step forward. I guess that race last time out was a step in the right direction, but I agree with you, just not naturally quick enough for these dirt sprints.
As you see that halter still on her there. Number 4, Frankie Hiccups, the other Rudy Rodriguez trainee.
Maybe didn't handle the wet track in that last start. Maybe her first race is a better indication of what kind of numbers she could run. Goes third time out.
Number 5, Mrs. Manicotti caught Mig's eye in the paddock.
I give this horse a look, and switching over to Bill Murray and getting back to the dirt really improved second time out. And I mean, if that race is indicative of her ability on this surface, she's a big price and could be a player.
Here's number 6, Gaga's Handsome, another one adding blinkers.
Maybe hoping to get a little bit more forward position than she did last time, and Dylan Davis does stay aboard.
Dropping class and a big price with number 7, Tell Her to Win.
Maybe helped by the rail in that race at Parks, where that was over Pennsylvania Derby weekend, where we did see that as the place to be first time out. And I mean, she is getting some class relief relative to that last start.
First time starter in for the tag is Take Me to London.
Yeah, maybe this one could go out for Brad Cox and get that victory. The only foal to race is a 1 for 14 horse, but she did win in her first start.
Yeah, maybe some precocity as there's your favorite getting a nice whoop, 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 switching leads and bucking a little bit in between those two. I understand Nylo's Rose.
Feeling a little playful out there, I guess. But a nice solo warm-up for this one and just has a faster race than what we've seen from anybody else so far.
Yeah, she feels like much the horse to beat and looks good there on the racetrack as that first-time starter. Maybe we want one that isn't exposed yet. And Take Me to London. Is that kind of like a play on Cockney words? I don't know because
where's
it's
Tom?
Not Tom Morley? We need your help. Or maybe it's somebody's name. I don't know. But London, spelled with a Y, is a daughter of Leo Frick. And like you mentioned, the full sibling, one first time out. So maybe we do see this one's best running at first asking.
I mean, I think that you're hoping that the 9's race first time out was more a function of the wet surface and that she takes a step back on this type of racetrack, and I don't necessarily see that happening. But outside of her, it's not as though anybody with experience has a race that jumps off the page, and we know how good Brad Cox is with these first-time starters, especially spotting them in places where they can win. And it seems as though he spotted the full sibling to this one in a race where she could win first time out.
Right, exactly. As she did not show much in her 13 races after that. The second time was actually better on the turf. And the thing is, it feels as though she's well prepared from a fitness standpoint. I mean, she has a comprehensive work tab in which she hasn't really missed a beat since August.
Yeah, I mean, some of the works are a little bit on the slower side, but I think that they've picked it up when it counts. I mean, that gate work 3 works ago seems to be on par with something that she might need to be successful in this spot. And otherwise, it just seems like they're out for some maintenance and not really looking to ask too much of her. Of course, you don't know without watching, but it seems as though she can pick up the pace when asked to do so.
And of course, Brad Cox's main assistant here in New York, Dustin Dugas, doing the work with her. She's been preparing at Belmont. With more on her, though, we check in with Meg.
Yeah, guys, and Maggie, you brought up a great point about Take Me to London. And by the way, I love the British accent you put on there. The spacing of works to me is so much more important than times of works. You don't know the size of the exercise rider, so how much weight a horse is carrying, the trainer's intention in a workout, if they're told to stay with company and they're actually being slowed down to stay with that company. To me, it's much more important to see consistent spacing of works because it tells you a horse is healthy. There's no interruptions in training, and you certainly get that with this first-time starter. I prefer others, but I think a case can be made more important. Look at spacing of workouts. The 3, someone, yeah, she can be a bit tricky. She's actually acting really well today. You saw that she kept the halter on, and there was a shank that the pony rider basically has all the control. Personally, I did not like that. I'm forfeiting my brakes and my steering and putting all my faith in someone else to drive to the starting gate. Not my style. Let me have the horse. Let me handle them, how rough they might be. Let me figure it out. I just don't like not having any kind of control because if something happens and she gets away from the pony boy, then you're in real trouble because you just have no control. You don't have brakes or steering. So I just thought something to kind of bring up there. Someone looks good, acting well today for her, for sure. I couldn't get past your favorite. I tried. I kept going back and forth. Nylo's Rose from the Rob Falcone barn. He does great work. She came, out of that race in seemingly really good order. She's handling herself well. And that good outside post allows her to get in the race the right way. 4 to 5, very short. I just had to boil it down to who would I want to ride in here, and she was the one.
Thanks, Meg. As we are yet to see a favorite win on this card.
Yeah. Pretty healthy
She,
payouts.
I don't know. With these somewhat lower level maidens, you don't want to take the favorite, but I personally couldn't get past her. I thought she was so much the horse to beat in here, and it looks as though, as Meg said, she's backing it up physically too. You are going to take your chances though with number 8, the first time starter, Take Me to London, Javier Castellano aboard.
I think if you are going to look for an alternative in this race, and this horse might not be able to run at all, who knows, you have to go for somebody that's the new face and the horse that we don't know anything about on the racetrack, because the horses we do know something about on the racetrack, they're just not as fast as your favorite. And some of them that make some sense or have races that maybe are close to comparable okay, do I think they're so much better that they're going to improve 10 buyer points now, not being quite as forward as your favorite and hoping that your favorite takes a step backwards? I don't know. I don't think that the prices can measure it for the two horses that I think would be most logical outside of your favorite with experience in terms of trying to beat this one. So if I'm going with somebody else, it has to be somebody that is that new face, that has the trainer stats that suggest that she'll be ready to go first time out. And as you mentioned, the work tab is very consistent.
Well, speaking of new faces, that leads it to the NYRA circuit, number 5, Mrs. Manicotti. I thought her last race was pretty good. It was on the synthetic surface, the all-weather there at Presque Isle Downs. She was hustled for a bit of speed, but then she got well clear and quite comfortable on the front end. We'll see how much speed she shows us today with Jose Lascano going out for Bill Morey for the first time. She was run down late by a first-time starter, so hard to, quantify how that performance stacks up. That first-time starter 7-1.
I love a Bill Morey horse. He has insane numbers first off the claim on turf. He has great numbers going from synth to dirt first off the trainer switch. He's 37%, 63% of the money. It's a positive ROI. I just couldn't get over that first dirt race being so much slower than that second race, but maybe she's just a horse that improved with a little bit of experience, and he does well when these horses go into his barn.
And I will say that the Finger Lake surface is a lot different than the Aqueduct one on that particular day, a sealed surface as well. I always think of my daughter when I see his blinkers, her initials, WM. Anyway, they are heading into line.
You should get her some.
What's that?
You should get her some.
I know, right? Maybe I'll dress her up as a horse next year.
I'm sure she'll appreciate
I
that.
can ask Bill Morey to borrow his blinkers. Yeah, she'll love that. Just kidding. As they are working on, it looked like the 7 there. Tell her to win to get into the gate. She's in. We have 2.5 out. We'll get it up to Chris Griffin for the call here of race number 5.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off slowly was Central Casting, the early trailer. Nilo's Rose is flashing early speed in between horses. Here comes Frankie Hiccups to join this early leader. Right there is Mrs. Manicotti, is making a 3 across the racetrack and rushing up. Central Casting was off slowly, but is now moving through, has taken a challenging 4th. Have a Happy is in behind Royals in 5th. On the far outside comes Tell Her to Win, is in the green cap. In between them comes Take Me to London, who's going to be the early trailer as they work towards that far turn. The leader is Frankie Hiccups. Frankie Hiccups in front. Mrs. Manicotti is challenging from second, 3 wide Nilo's Rose. Tightly at the rail, Central Casting once ago. Tell Her to Win is going to be very wide. Just behind them is Gaga's Handsome, and Gaga's Handsome just had to steady briefly as backing up as Mrs. Manicotti. From the back, trying to rally on is someone. There's someone who just gets passed by Take Me to London, and at the rail, Have a Happy. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, 45-3 for that half-mile time. Nilo's Rose is now set down, and Nilo's Rose puts a nose in front. Battling on still is Frankie Hiccups right there. Outside, here comes Gaga's Handsome, and Central Casting is trying to unleash late 2. Nilo's Rose is in front for Manny Franco. It is up by a length and a half. Now call it 2. Central Casting, Take Me to London. Frankie Hiccups, they're all chasing. Nilo's Rose gets the victory. Nilo's Rose wins it over Frankie Hiccups. Then came a photo. Central Casting to the inside of Take Me to London, followed by Gaga's Handsome in 1 minute 18 seconds flat.
Nilo's Rose delivers here for the Rob Falcone barn, and Manny Franco, a little bit of a blanket finish behind her for the placings, but I thought a valiant effort by a horse who I think did end up 4th. But number 2 in here, Central Casting, first time with the blinkers and off a bit of a layout. She got left here a considerable 2 or 3 lengths. She's going to rush up into contention. She's going to steady at the quarter pole. And then she had to wait for room. She doesn't switch leads. She's a next time horse, but of course you're not going to get 27-1.
No, but I mean, a big price first time out, broke slow. So this is something that we've seen twice now with not getting out of the gate quickly. But I think that this performance was one where you saw that she had a little bit of ability at this level. She's still a little green. She's not switching leads. She tries to go for a spot towards the inside. That's not available. She's got to switch out towards the outside.
Actually.
I mean, she kept fighting on, so I agree with you. A horse to look for next time out, and maybe you get somewhat of a price, but you're not going to get that 27 to 1.
Yeah, her stablemate couldn't do her a solid and open the rail up for her. Of course, Frankie Hiccup setting the pace. She settles for second at 28 to 1. So Reed Rodriguez really helping any trifecta players with your 1 to 2 favorite on top. 28 to 1, 27 to 1. Take Me to London, figuring things out late to get up for fourth.
Yeah, I mean, wide trip for her, but I can't even say that she ran the second best race in here by any means. I mean, the Rudy Rodriguez second and third place finishers, they had all sorts of trouble or were close to a pace, and I mean, they both significantly outran their odds. But your first favorite today obliges.
First, it did feel like she was the strongest one, and in the end, the public felt so too, betting her down to 1 to 2 in the end. We'll have those very small prices and reactions on the other side of this break, but it feels like there is a strong foreign contingency in this year's Breeders' Cup Classic. More on City of Troy and Forever Young on the other side of this break, as we will break down the Breeders' Cup Classic. Stay tuned.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50, 60, 2, 50, 60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with winning conditioner Rob Falcone. And Rob, Nyla's Rose, she got it done, but it looked like she took a ride from Manny Franco.
Yeah, she did. I'm not sure if she's still learning. She acts real professional in the morning. She's good. She doesn't do anything wrong. She won, so I'm definitely happy about that. But she definitely has more left. So I'm hoping that she's still learning. She gets a little bit better. I think she got a little bit better stretching out. And like you mentioned earlier, especially in this race, she broke sharp. Then she kind of like sucks herself back a little bit. Then he pinches on her, and she, you could see looks like she's gonna open up, and then she kind of, hangs on and waits a little bit. So we'll see. Hopefully she's just learning. She keeps getting better.
Well, it's always nice to win, but I guess she is trained so well in the morning that it's funny, right? To win, but still feel like that isn't all of her.
Right, yeah. No, we're definitely excited that she won and got the job done. But I do feel like she shows a lot, a lot more ability in the mornings compared to, how she won today. She didn't do anything wrong, So it's, like you said, it's kind of tough. You can't win and not be, happy about it. Definitely happy about it. But I think there's more. I think there's more to her. I think the more she runs and maybe a little bit more ground, she's gonna, show more.
Rob, I've seen you before. You even had your trainer's license. I've watched you grow up basically on the racetrack, and you've really kind of hit a nice level of success. And one of the reasons is how hands-on you are. I just watch you. You're up here hosing her off. I had to come track you down for an interview. I like that hands-on. You really enjoy working with the horses.
Yeah, no, I do. I mean, we definitely do it all for the horses. If you don't like, everyone finds their way to the track, whether you want to be a jockey, a trainer, or whatever you want to do. It's, you find your way here because you fall in love with the animal first, then you get attracted to racing after.
Was there ever any thought for you that you wanted to be a jockey, or was always your trainer?
I did until I was about 15. And then that was about it for me. I was a little bit too tall, like food too much.
Yeah, liking food and being a jockey, not a great combination, but I love what I'm seeing. Rob, hands-on all the time, does a great job, and his horses always look good, guys.
Yeah, and his win percentage also indicates that often doing really well getting this win here with Milos Rose, Frankie Hiccups, and Central Casting. For a 50 cent trifecta, they return handsomely. Sorry, I just switched off before I could read that. But first winning favorite of the day, Milos Rose, as here with your pick 6 carryover. Follow along, nearly 50,000 being carried over. And Sarah, is it still hittable with 3 legs out?
If you had Ridgewood Runner in the first leg, I think that it's been fairly logical since then. But if you get another big price, I don't know. It might end up being that 2-day carryover.
As you say, this race coming up is a bit murky. I think we're going to see maybe not a short price horse, but a lot of horses sitting at about the same price as we see right now. Lonely Ride currently taking a lot of money here for Derek Ryan. I don't know why, because his dirt form does not feel that sustainable in this affair.
I would be surprised if he's the favorite by the time we get to post.
I think you're right. As we teased before the break, we'll take a look at the Breeders' Cup Classic, City of Troy. As his conditioner, Aidan O'Brien, has said, he might be one of the best he has ever put his hands on. We'll see if he can finally pull off that Breeders' Cup Classic victory. He's gotten very close in the past with the likes of Giants Causeway, who is one of the most prolific sires of our generation. But let's take a look here at City of Troy. Sarah, this is his last race. Going back here, excuse me, I'm on the wrong race that I need to get to.
Juddmonte International.
Thank you, Juddmonte International. The thing that I find striking about him, Sarah, is the way he moves. He really has a massive stride. But are we going to see that same stride on the dirt?
And are we going to see a horse that handles all the fundamentals of racing on the dirt for the first time in a full field with horses that are likely to be ahead of him? Can he handle the kickback? He's been training very well in the mornings over at Del Mar, and I like seeing these horses come over and really give this international flair to the race and really show that maybe it's not about the best dirt horses in the U.S., but just the best of the best this year overall. But at a short price, you just never want to take a horse doing something new for the first time. And it's not as though Aidan O'Brien has the best record in this race, so he's come close a couple of times with some pretty decent horses.
Yes, of course. As I mentioned, Giants Causeway, Henry the Navigator, Declaration of War. They tried it with Galileo, who is arguably the most prolific sire in the world. He can only manage 6th. I have my reservations. As you said, I'll be happy to bet against him. For me, he moves like a turf horse, as we know that Forever Young coming in for Japan, he can handle the dirt, as he nearly pulled off the upset in this year's Kentucky Derby, and there's a strong argument that he was best in there.
Yeah, and I think that anybody that bet him in that Derby is looking for a little bit of revenge coming into this Breeders' Cup Classic, especially anywhere near that 6-1 morning line. And he is a horse that we've seen him come from off the pace, as he did in the Kentucky Derby. Had horses leaning all over him like Sierra Leone, whether you agreed or not with the lack of inquiry. I think that he ran a good enough race to be one of the top contenders coming into this year's Breeders' Cup Classic, and should get a decent setup as well from the rail.
There we saw him finishing up his workout with a stablemate. So we'll bring in Mig to talk about Forever Young. Mig, and prior to that third beaten ahead in the Kentucky Derby, he was undefeated, and his comeback race in Japan, it was as easy as can be. It feels like a good prep for him coming into this classic.
I think, Maggie, he got everything you want out of a prep race, right? You like to win the race. That's, of course, it's important to win. But you want it to springboard you forward. And I think he got everything you want out of a 1.25 mile race. I'm seeing a stronger horse, a little more filled out, a little bit more mature. And I like what I'm seeing from his morning trials here. He broke off behind his stablemate here. Now you're gonna see they're gonna leave the rail wide open for him. He's just gonna cruise up in there. A little late changing leads. Now, when he beat Bucamdano, he never changed leads. Right here, you see, he finally got over to his right lead at the 3/16 pole. That's something that he's gotten better at. That's something they have to be conscious of. He's not going to beat a good field like this, racing on the wrong lead throughout. And I like the way he quickened up, pricked his ears, galloped out well. Forever Young has made me a believer. He will be my top selection in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I think he's hitting on all cylinders, and I think he's training like a horse that is sitting on a big effort, particularly coming off of that prep that we talked about, Maggie.
And Meg, what I like when we showed at that workout, as you mentioned, once he did switch leads, we saw that acceleration. And this is a horse that definitely has a turn of foot, even on the dirt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's done nothing wrong. He's run his race every single time he's hit the racetrack, and we've seen that he can ship and be effective and run his race still here in the U.S. And I like that he took a little bit of time off as well, coming back strong with that Japan Dirt Derby. And I think that he is a horse that maybe should vie for favoritism if you think about what he's done on the racetrack so far.
I mean, sign me up if you get the 6-1 morning line on him. But, of course, Japan will send out two that are no strangers from the Breeders' Cup Classic, as we saw in Derma Sotogake, who was second last year, and Ushba Tesoro, who is a late closer. He was fifth in last year's edition. Here is the Saturday schedule, that Classic sandwich in the middle for TV coverage there on NBC as they go off at 5:41. You have the Turf, actually the typical lead-in for the Classic prior to that. But we'll finish off the day with the Filly and Mare Turf, the Sprint Mile, and Dirt Mile as well. But in that Breeders' Cup Distaff, which will be the third of the Breeders' Cup races, we will see Torpedo Anna and her regular exercise rider, the ageless Danny Ramsey, who's been preparing her up at Saratoga to take on the big girls and this year's Breeders' Cup Distaff. More on Danny after the break.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
I get to the barn like a half an hour before I get on a horse, and I stretch for like 20, 25 minutes. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I don't eat pork, I don't eat beef. The last soda I drank was in 1988. I became a minister 25 years ago. My wife played a big part in it. She's the best thing ever happened to me. We have 5 children, 14 grand, and 2 great-grand.
Danny's been with me pushing 15 years. I have told him repeatedly, the day you decide you don't want to do this, Danny, I'll buy a nice, stable pony. You can go out there and tell the young riders everything that they're doing wrong. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to continue to gallop, and I could go back to horses like Golden Ticket and Eskimo Kisses, Daddy's Little Darling, Swiss Skydiver he got on regularly. Torpedo Anna is a filly that can be a little tough. Danny, within a couple of days, has figured her out and got her to relax underneath him.
The difference between Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan, when she's ready to go, she said, let's go, and I say, okay, let's go. And if you fight her, she'll fight you back. So just let her go, and she'll be just fine.
Mystic Dan is a horse that's been relatively simple to train and be around, but once again, Danny makes them happy.
He's got class. He doesn't spook from nothing. Everything I ask him to do on the track, he does it. He's lovely. His personality is super.
Danny Ramsey at 74 years old is just an amazing guy. I've said repeatedly, Danny's infectious. He's one of the happiest people I've ever been around.
Hey, Wayne Lucas told me a couple of years ago, he said, don't let no one tell you when to retire. He said, you retire, you walk away from this game when you're ready to walk away. And I told my wife what Wayne Lucas said. She said, well, I'm going to have a talk with him.
I don't know how long either one of us are going to continue to do this, but I'm going to tell you this, we're going to do it together. And when we quit, we'll probably quit at the same time.
He's mo better than good. Danny Ramsey, as Mick, we bring you in. Big, the thing I find amazing about Danny is, you know, at his 70-plus years, he's so limber. Talk a little bit about how, tough riding can be on your body and how he's been able to sustain such a wonderful career getting on these amazing horses for Kenny McPeak.
It's absolutely remarkable. And, you know, when you talk to him, even seeing him on camera, he doesn't look any bit of 74 years old. He looks infinitely younger. Now, to give you some context, right, he's 74, still that limber, still that strong, still a great hand on horses, and he's got wonderful hands. And when we talk about riders with hands, it's that getting to that point where you know exactly a horse's mouth where that break point is. You take a little more, it's too much. Give him too much, they get away from you. He has wonderful hands. You see him on Mystic Dan and then Torpedo Anna, your Derby winner, your Oaks winner. But again, going back to what I started to say, context. He's 74, still doing it, still is limber, athletic, youthful. I was done at 44. Okay, 30 years difference, and I was completely finished by the time I was 44. I marvel at him. He's a wonderful human being, as well as an amazing horse person and an incredible hand on a horse.
Could not agree more, and he can be accredited with the preparations and just the sustainability of Torpedo Anna throughout her young career so far 7 for 9. As he said, he started getting on her when she came up from the Kentucky Oaks to Saratoga, and he's been a part of her preparation so far, including out there at Del Mar in California. Let's talk about her though, Sarah. With her early speed, I think it makes her, and not that she needs the lead, I just think it makes her so dangerous given the fact, too, she's drawn inside.
Absolutely. And I mean, as far as the horses that she's facing of what's left in this field, there's nobody that really compares, at least from the local contingent. I think that the best option to upset her would probably be the Japanese entrant Awesome Results, depending on what she brings to the table. But Torpedo Anna has been one of the highlights to follow this year, and you meet some people like Danny Ramsey and they just have presence and have this timeless quality to them, and Torpedo Anna is one of those horses that you see and you just take pause, and she has that presence about her as well. So together they make a great team, and it seems as though they are doing just fine in their preparations for the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, she won't have to take on Idiomatic. I know a lot of us were looking forward to that. They both have so much, that early speed, and it's almost, I don't want to say a David and Goliath type of situation, but Idiomatic's a big, strapping mare. Torpedo Anna has been that one that has thrown down and nearly defeated the 2-year-old champion of last year in Fierceness, who will look to defend that kind of champion title in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But as you mentioned, awesome result coming in from Japan. She's 7 for 7 in her lifetime. Can she take to American racing?
If she does, she's going to be tough. I mean, some disappointed by Torpedo Anna's last effort in the Cotillion. I think that we saw a little bit more evidence that that track was really hard on horses that were not right on the inside and right on the lead.
I personally did not hold that against her whatsoever. It was a huge performance in the Travers. It was her first time having to just literally chip in, get off a van and run. She had never set foot on that Parks racetrack before, which I think, can be a very difficult surface at times. Brian Hernandez admitted to me he got her in a little bit of a jackpot in the early stages of that race. And again, he never went to his crop at any point whatsoever to ask her for that victory, as we do see riders up in the paddock for today's 6th race, as we'll meet the field here momentarily. And stepping onto the track is number 1, Arabato.
He has some races that would make him competitive in this spot, as he now goes 3rd off a layoff.
Dylan Davis back in the irons too is number 2, because the Knight I thought was pretty game in his last.
Yeah, absolutely. He moved early in that race. He was forward, and he was one that he is trying to back up some good efforts on the dirt.
There's at least your current favorite in number 3, JJ's Joker.
He had some excuses in his last start, having to go extremely wide in the stretch. He's better than that race suggests.
Stretching back out as well. Big long shot is number 4, Badlands Ruler.
Taking the blinkers off, he'd have to get back to one of his faster races that we haven't seen in a little while.
As number 5, Heard on the Street, comes out of that kind of common race with some of these, a Magnificent Mile.
Didn't really do much running that day and had run well in the start prior to that at a big price, finishing 3rd. If he can come up with that race again, although he did improve his Beyer speed figure last time out.
Here is a horse who likes to do his best running up front, and that's number 7, Cool Operator.
I thought 2 starts ago he really had the run of the race, being able to set a modest pace in there. He did take a step forward on the drop-in class last time, but could not hold on, and he didn't really make the lead either.
Javier Castellano picks up the ride on number 8, Lonely Ride.
And this horse is the one that's been taking some steady money throughout, more proven on the turf, I would say, than the dirt, and maybe has something that he needs to show us on this surface to be competitive.
That is your field for today's 6th race. That's a good-looking warm-up there from number 3, JJ's Joker. He'll stretch back out in distance, looking for his first win at the mile. More on him and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome back as we are joining you from New York City's racetrack here on America's Day at the Races. It is Belmont at the Big A Aqueduct, of course, as we are, well, 3 legs down, 3 more to go for this pick 6 with that nearly $50,000 carryover. Got things off with a big price in Ridgewood Runner back in race number 3. But we have horses on the track for today's 6th race, and favoritism at 2-1 with the 3, JJ's Joker. And for more on this horse, we check in with Richard McGuire.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And listen, JJ's Joker's taking all the money. Looked amazing in the warm-up and got that big, aggressive warm-up we've kind of come to correlate with Kendrick Carmouche. And I think it's rubbed off on other riders as well. But this horse warmed up very aggressively. Now, I'm just a little baffled because he comes out of the same race as the 5, Herd on the Street. They were a length apart that day. He's 2-1, and Herd on the Street is 7-1. Now, maybe people are thinking, well, they're stretching out now to a mile. That horse was closing. But that doesn't always correlate. You know, sometimes a good closing sprinter does not stretch very well because it mutes their closing kick the longer they go. I'm not seeing the disparity in price. I like what I see from the 5, Herd on the Street. Now, he's got to prove he's going to go a mile. He's never gone this distance before. He's a little more of an even kind of runner, though. So out of the 2, I actually prefer the 5, Herd on the Street to get the mile, because I do think he's just a little bit more of a steady horse, not a horse that's going to come with any kind of a huge close. And both times he's run for this $16,000 tag, he had a really good second and a win. And at the disparity in price, I'm picking Herd on the Street at 7-1. And once again, making a great impression on the racetrack, as was the 7, Cool Operator. Also got that big warm-up. Linda Rice, Jose Lascano, a good combination. And he's a horse that likes to be forward and going the mile here. He has a good opportunity, I believe, to be either in front or stalking from the outside. I think a lot depends on what the 4 Badlands Ruler decides to do, because he can have sprint type of speed. But I just don't get the disparity in price. I'm kind of curious to get Sarah's opinion about that.
Well, Sarah, the common race back on October 13th between JJ's Joker and Herd on the Street. Now, also Herd on the Street is a 3-year-old, JJ's Joker a 4-year-old, and has already shown some faster races.
I'm going to let Chris Griffin let us know something about a correction coming up. But I think the disparity is mostly based on how Herd on the Street just did not really run well in that start in comparison to his prior 2 races where he had been very competitive. He had been able to outrun his odds 2 starts ago and get a race under his belt for the barn, where the pace fell apart in the very, very late stages of that race. I just think that overall, based on resume throughout time, you're looking at a slightly better horse and a more consistent one in JJ's Joker.
Really quickly, you went to Arabato, who's a big price at 11-1. He has some speed, too.
He has races that could put him right in the mix. I think that he's a horse that had been running for a long time in spots that were too competitive for him, and now he goes 3rd off the layoff, and I thought ran well last time with Dylan Davis getting back aboard.
3rd behind Because the Night in here, who's a big price at 9-2, I thought has the credentials to be a major player as they are loading in the gate for race number 6. Chris Griffin brings you the call.
Lonely Ride goes in, all set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses, Badlands Ruler right to the front and challenging towards the outside. Here's Cool Operator to apply pressure, is well out there. As getting over towards the rail there was Badlands Ruler. As getting over to the rail is still now battling head and head, but they're very far apart, and Cool Operator now seizes command. They come out of the chute, and it's Cool Operator who's up by 3/4 of a length with Badlands Ruler there in 2nd. Moving forward is JJ's Joker from 3rd. At the rail is Arabato. Is progressing, is taken 4th. It's a challenging 4th. His Herd on the Street is in between horses with a wide run. That's Lonely Ride. The lone trailer, Because the Night. They're chasing Cool Operator. Cool Operator is kick clear, is up by 2.5. Right there is Badlands Ruler, is stalking from 2nd. Arabato with a ground-saving journey in 3rd. Now shoved along, that's JJ's Joker and Kendrick Carmouche. They're on the move. They went 45-3 for the half-mile time from 5th. Here comes a rally from Herd on the Street. Also trying to get into it is Because the Night, and now the trailer, Lonely Ride. They're still chasing Cool Operator, but ready to challenge. Badlands Ruler is now within a nose of the lead. 3 wide. Here's the run from JJ's Joker. Herd on the Street continues to progress, looking for a seam. And there comes the split for Arabato as well as they line up here at the top of the stretch. Cool Operator still got more. Arabato is splitting rivals. Here's the re-rally for JJ's Joker down the center of the racetrack from 4 out of it. Because the Night is even running on, but it is now JJ's Joker who seizes the lead. JJ's Joker has a 16 left to go. JJ's Joker will get the score. It's JJ's Joker who wins it. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Cool Operator second, then Herd on the Street, and Arabato in 1 minute 36.35 seconds.
JJ's Joker delivers on the favoritism. Bit of a wide trip, but able to overcome it with Kendrick Carmouche aboard for Horacio De Paz.
I mean, when you saw him ranging up on the turn, you knew that he was going to have something to say about the result of this race, and really ran by a horse that was game in defeat. But the money was right on in this occasion, and I think that he handled this stretch out back in distance without any sort of issue.
Yeah, the favorites running 1-2. Here's Cool Operator setting the pace, got to the lead from the far outside. He was able to hold off Herd on the Street, who settles for third with number 1 Arabato rounding out your superfecta.
Yeah, Dylan seemed like he was going to get the perfect split between horses, and then he just really had nothing to offer. But the pace held together for this race, and it seemed as though the horses that were forward early were the ones that you wanted to know late. And I think that the horse that actually made up the most ground was the one that took that weird early money with the number 8 for Javier Castellano and Derek Ryan.
Yeah, rallying a bit up the rail there. But I think Kendrick Carmouche really playing this race the right way, in that he knew he had to keep JJ's Joker close to the pace today to give him his best chance, and that he did. 3-7-5-1 unofficially here. Belmont at the Big A race number 6. Things getting a little bit more formful for the latter half of this card, but after the break, we'll also take a look at War Like Goddess. Can she do it this year? The eternal question, as she looks to be a handful there at Del Mar in her preparations. We'll take a look at her and the rest of the group after this break.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering over 70 graded stakes winners or producers. A night of stars featuring champions, Grade 1 winners, millionaires, elite producers, and selected weanlings. One catalog, one electrifying session with a star-studded selection of the finest quality breeding stock anywhere in the world. The Fasig-Tipton November sale, November 4th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Welcome back, Hillendale Atalapa. They bring you our program each and every day. and they also look good on a pumpkin. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfnell, Sarah El Badwi, and Richard Migliori taking you through the action here. Live coverage from Belmont at the Big A as a popular victory for JJ's Joker, and as always, a popular interview with Kendrick Carmouche, winning pilot. He joins Big now.
I love when Kendrick wins. Makes my life easy. I just got to throw him the ball. But Kendrick, one experience with this horse. Do you feel like it's always helpful when you get one ride with a horse, when you ride him back, just having a little more knowledge of them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Last time I rode him going shorter distance, he never broke as good. You know, he was back in the back of the pack. He made a run. I let him, you know, run at the end and told Horacio, stretch this horse out. Let me break this horse good, going a flat mile, and put him close. And he was a winner the whole way. Each pull I asked him, he was gaining and gaining and gaining. You know, hey, they made my job easy today. Right spot, right time.
Yeah, but you were helpful, giving him the input, stretching the horse out, and getting that early position. It's critical, get in position, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, especially whenever you know these horses going to fold in front of you. You know, these horses, both of these horses, they both stopped at the quarter pole, you know. So I wanted to get as forward as I can so I could get the jump if somebody coming. And, you know, nobody was coming today.
Kendrick, I've been watching you ride now for a while. I had the pleasure of riding with you late in my career, but watching you ride, when you get really small on one around the far turn and you kind of get really, really tight, I know you got horse.
Things get very different. I start thinking, and whenever I start thinking, I'm thinking like, boy, you better be ready if you come and get me, because I'm ready to pull out left, right, catch a cross, do anything I can to get to the circle, you know. It's just horses get a little bit meaner whenever you get behind them, you know. When you up and you chilling and relaxed, they doing the same thing. But when you get behind them and they think somebody coming after them, like myself, they want to go to the winner's circle. And ain't a better place whenever you come to the Big A, the winner's circle.
Great job here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Louisiana, baby. You know how we do it. Right out the mud. They can't beat us. They got to join us.
And, guys, when you watch him get really, really low on a horse, really tight, kind of a lizard on a log, you know he's got a bunch underneath him.
It's his tell. Better not be playing any poker games. But JJ's Joker getting the job done here as a favorite. $6 over Cool Operator, your second choice. Hurdle in the Street, rounding things out for this sixth race. As, like we said, if you hit the all button to open things up, you're sitting chilly because you've gotten some pretty logical results since then. Ridgewood Runner, of course, paying the $36, but Milos Rose, $310. Logical, JJ's Joker favored, and Grand Job second choice. As race number 7 is coming up next, as we do see we are on the turf, and I thought a really good job by the track maintenance crew, Glenn Kozak and his team, as well as the racing office, to put the turf races as the last 2 on the card, because we've seen Thursday racing, because they've had to water so much, Sarah, the courses be a little less than firm, and some horses just not handling it as well. But Lantari is your current even money favorite, traveling the mile and 3/8.
Yeah, a horse that ran well in that U.S. debut, a horse that was able to close into some solid fractions, but I kind of wonder if he's going to get the same pace setup that he did last time with the flow of the race.
Could see Tide of the Sea alone and comfortable from the far outside post on the front end. We'll see how far he can take them, looking to get back on track on the turf for Joe Sharp. Speaking of turf, we will check in with Warlike Goddess. She has tried 3 Breeders' Cup events, 2 tries against the boys, going the 1.5 miles, going back to Del Mar. Last time she tried the girls in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, she was third, beaten half a length that day. Loves Only You, defeating her in that edition. But she's like Danny Ramsey. She's ageless and has that longevity. Unfortunately defeated here, but you know, it was kind of I think the way the race played out, Sarah, in that she and Junior Alvarado felt as though they needed to make the first move, which was wide, while Far Bridge got to sit back and do his running on his beloved rail.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that just has really taken to being able to make that inside run, where she's one that I think does her best running when she's out in the clear and able to really garner that momentum. And she doesn't need to be so far back and out of contention early, but she is a horse that can be a bit of a handful, as you can kind of tell from these works still. That's not something that's changed about her at any point in her career. But I mean, if this is the year for her, that would make me very happy as a fan. We've seen her on the racetrack for quite some time, and having that consistency in those exciting races where everyone likes a closer on the grass, that it still seems to show up at the age of 7. As the favorite, I might look in a different direction, but I would be totally fine with her getting the victory in this year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
Physically, I think she looks better than ever as a 7-year-old that they purchased at the OBS open sale for $30,000, and she has made nearly 10 times that on the racetrack. As we check in with her Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, on how she's doing, Acacia Clement brings you this report.
Joined now by trainer Bill Mott talking about his Breeders' Cup contenders. Bill, let's start with classic runner Arthur's Ride. Seeing him out on the track this morning, looks like he is full of energy.
He is. He's out, almost on a daily basis. He's a very high energy horse. It seems like he's one of those guys that you could gallop him 2 miles and he'd still come home with his tail over his back and showing you a lot of energy, but makes it easy to train him. Even apart from that, he's been doing well. His works have been good, eating well, and all the things that we like to see around the barn and on the track, he's been doing.
He won that Whitney so impressively this summer. What have you seen from him since that Jockey Club try, and how has he bounced back?
Looks good. We ran him back in 4 weeks off of a really, really good race, and maybe he was a little bit dull in the Jockey Club, but I think since then, he's been doing well. I thought he actually went into that race fine. Didn't run his best race, but now he's had plenty of time to get his feet back under him, and he seems to be doing well. So I'm optimistic that he'll run well in the Breeders' Cup. I just hope we see the same horse that showed up in the Whitney.
Let's talk about Warlike Goddess. Incredible how she has held her form from so many years. What have you seen from her since that second place finish last out?
She's been good. Actually, she's been sharper than she went into it. Good on the track. She's good around the barn. She's eating. She's been very sound, and she's very durable for a 7-year-old. She's been a real pleasure to have around, one that we've had a lot of fun with. When we take her over there, she always puts in a good effort, and she's never failed so far.
Taking a look at Scylla now going into the Filly and Mare Sprint. What about her? What has she shown you? Seemed like she was handling herself well up here in Saratoga too.
Very good. We shortened her up to 1 turn. We ran her in the Ballerina, and that was off of 3 weeks rest. We'd sent her to California and then back in 3 weeks' time. She ran a huge race. She was a good second, and I would look for her to be on top of her game when we get out there. She's had a good rest now since the Ballerina, and she seems sharp. Even though she's won a couple stakes at going 2 turns, and one at 1 1/16, one at 1 1/8, she was second, in the race in California, in the grade 1 out there. But I personally like to see her back at the 1 turn. We'll just see how it works out. There's going to be good fillies in there, no doubt. It'll be a very competitive race, but she's doing very well.
Bill Mott sending out not maybe as many as he has in the past, but a select and good few, 4 to be exact. Scythian, we didn't hear from him about her. She was the winner of the Miss Grill. I know some horses didn't have good trips in that race, interfered with and into the stretch, but a New York bred that I think has done nothing wrong, and it feels like, I don't know, reading between the lines in that interview, he was pretty high on Scylla.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that just talking about how she had that more taxing campaign and how she's had a little bit of time now, I think that he's really delighted with her progress coming into this race and knows she can handle the surface too.
Yeah, excited to see, of course, all 4 of the Bill Mott runners in this year's Breeders' Cup. As back here at Belmont at the Big A, we see horses in the paddock. Of course, he is well represented with the current heavy favorite in La Tari, who is second in his stateside debut up at the Spa. We'll see if he can turn that into a win. We'll meet him and the rest of the field on the other side of this break.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Artie Schiller and Migliori's all over him, too. And those two driving past the 8th pole. Artie Schiller full of determination. Silver Tree, all heart. Silver Tree, Artie Schiller. Those two streaking to the wire together. And it's going to be Artie Schiller.
Artie Schiller in the Bernard Baruch, and our very own Richie Migliori going to work on this Jimmy Jerkins trainee, and therefore we will honor him this Saturday with the running of the Artie Schiller, going a mile on the turf, Mig, as we welcome you in. And he was a horse that I know, listening to your stories about him, he had that turn of foot, but you had to time it so well.
Yeah, he didn't want to hit the front too soon. And honestly, Maggie, that was not his trip. There was no pace on whatsoever. Silver Tree, masterfully ridden by Jerry Bailey, just got to slow the pace down so much that I never got cover, and I had to kind of be the first one to make the move. So he kind of strung his run out a little bit longer than he wants. But, boy, he got it done just because he had so much heart and just so much tenacity that day. But his trip was when he was covered up, as you're seeing here in the Breeders' Cup, when I was injured about 6 days before I broke my leg, and Garrett Gomez picked up the mountain. That was his trip, covered up like that, a little bit of pace, and there he is running by Loire de Saint-Amo, and just a really good horse, trained by an incredible horseman in Jimmy Jerkins. And Jimmy is really doing great in Saudi Arabia now, training winners by bunches, and just a great horseman, and brings back a lot of good memories. I started getting on Artie Schiller, Maggie, before he ever ran, months before he ever ran, and we were actually giving him a happy run going 6 furlongs on the turf, and he got up and won on debut. Despite that, that's when we knew that he was pretty special. A very, very good horse.
I know, a horse near and dear to your heart, as well as Jimmy Jerkins, one of my favorite trainers and people. We miss him here. Hopefully we'll see him around these parts soon. Yes, the Artie Schiller, it'll be run at nearly 1 o'clock on Saturday here at Belmont at the Big A. And he, of course, is the sire of my Boo, aka 91 Assault. Love me some Artie Schiller. As you're taking a look at your favorite in here, that is Lantari for Bill Mott. Last time beaten by the favorite in Better Bet. I thought early on, he settled nicely between horses. He had to negotiate some traffic, though. Turning for home here, Sarah, may have stymied his run, but at the end of the day, I just think he was beaten by the horse who was supposed to win.
Yeah, and I think that he, as well as the third place finisher of this race, Be Like Clint, when you would take a look back at this race and look at the early portion, they're second last and last, and they end up being the horses to close in from off the pace as things come apart in the late stages. And I think that with him, he was able to negotiate some of that traffic that you mentioned, but he didn't have a trip that was so outlandishly against the flow of that race. And I think that at even money, maybe he doesn't get quite the same amount of pace, and we'll see what he does towards the inside. He certainly draws well and has ability.
The one thing I'll say about him, I think I actually picked him in the paddock that day, because a lot of times you'll see French horses, especially horses that have spent a long time there, they have a little bit of trouble adjusting and acclimating to the way we do things in America, to training here, to just everything that goes on. And he was so settled and just so professional and looked to be ready too. We'll see how he does. But like you said, dynamics could be against him. Does that make you have a look at a horse like number 10, Tide of the Sea, who's sitting up there at 10-1?
That is the horse that I ended up settling on, a horse that I know that you have some familiarity with in the past. But, I mean, he's just this cool old veteran horse that always seems to show up at these marathon distances on the turf. I thought one of his best races was when he was a gigantic price, finishing second to Ottoman Fleet in that Fort Marcy. He can get the distance. He seems to be coming back into some of his good form. I know he hasn't won in a long, long time, but I thought that race at Kentucky Downs with Joe Sharp was a sign that he might be turning back into the old Tide of the Sea that we used to see.
Yeah, exactly. And Joe giving him a good time off. Unfortunately, has only gotten to him to the turf once in 3 starts since then. And a horse that, he was actually meant to run in the flat 2-mile race over at Far Hills, 2 weeks ago? And Joe was meant to ride him, and he scratched him. I was really disappointed. I mean, I'm glad because Curbstone ran so well on the front end.
He did run very well.
But I would have loved to see Joe ride one of his own horses. That's not the case. We'll see Christopher Elliott in the irons as number 9, Breeze. He also comes out of that same race back on August 23rd. This is his race 2 back here at Belmont, which he ran very well at a big number and then disappointed last time. I do think he was close to that pace, as you were mentioning, that fell apart.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think that he's a horse that wants to be forward and wants to not have much company while doing so. And I think that he had some legitimate excuses last time, but it's not as though he's going to be the only speed in this race. He's got a very quick horse right to his outside, and I think it's ultimately remaining to be seen just how good he is.
I agree. Who is Breeze? Will the real Breeze stand up? His Lantari is here to kick things off with Junior Alvarado aboard.
Well, he can certainly go a distance on the turf. He had plenty of time to acclimate to the U.S. and ran well, though, with the flow of the race last time out.
Classic Creation will get back to the turf here for John Terranova.
I thought he had a little bit of a trip in that start 2 back at Saratoga. He ran well in those 2 prior races on the grass.
Here is the late closing, Be Like Clint.
Yeah, with the flow of the race as well in that last start, as well as the one prior to that behind your current favorite.
Here is a long shot, late call for Derek Ryan.
We'll have to see if he really takes to stretching out in distance like this. He's done well over his past couple of races and maybe could take a step forward.
The other, Joe Sharp, now and later, will stretch back out in distance.
If you look at his one race going a little bit further, it seems as though he could be a type that might appreciate stretching back out in distance, and Dylan Davis is an interesting rider aboard.
I agree. Ooh, nice warm-up there from Swore. Graham Motion sends 2 out here.
He can definitely run all day, that's for sure.
Yeah. He was beaten by a repeat winner in Goldeneye. And then the lesser fancied Motion horse, California Sober.
Still seeking that first victory on the turf, had his win in an off-the-turf race, very lightly raced, and maybe has that upside.
Ah, nice pan camera work to the 8 with Harry Hood.
he had a trip last time out. I mean, I don't think he wants to run, particularly in the position he was in that last start. He's another one that likes to be forward as well.
I agree. He was wide, he was close, and he finished best of those horses that were forward. Number 9, Breeze, he did not finish well.
No, he was really a victim of that hot pace and collapsed with it. But he is a horse that can run some big numbers when he is able to get the kind of trip that he wants.
And there he is, Tide of the Sea, as Joe Sharp taking the weight off, too, with the apprentice rider aboard.
And a horse that has that early speed, I never really see that as a problem because the direction should be go. And I think that is something that Christopher Elliott can manage.
Yeah, is taking a look back here at number 8, Harry Hood. He was just wide. He lost all kinds of ground, as he is by Claiborne Stallion First Samurai there. And I think the job that Mark Hennig and his team have done with this horse is commendable, because it's not easy to claim turf horses from the Chad Brown barn.
No, absolutely not. And I think that he had that big win at Gulfstream, and then he was a horse that ran well here around this time last year. And I think that overall, he's been facing some tough horses over.
Is he talking about the sick? Sorry.
Who is he?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Voices in your head?
Voices in my head. I'm so
They're
sorry.
speaking to you?
I don't get to host often, Sarah, and so I'm a little bit out of practice. Sorry.
We have a good time.
Go ahead.
It's Halloween. Maybe there's a ghost. Who knows? No, I think that he's just one that's really come into form for this barn, but I wonder if he's that horse that really has an appreciation for the Gulfstream Park turf course. And it's not as though he hasn't run well on other surfaces, and I thought that he had a lot going against him in that last start. But overall, he's another one where I wonder just how good is he really? Because his best race, he wins, but where is that?
He doesn't, at least as of late, his profile is not of a winningest type. As we'll check back in with Mig, taking a look at number 3 in here, Be Like Clint. Mig, he's just that kind of plodding type of horse. Did you like what you saw from him today?
I do like what I see from the 3, Be Like Clint. And he's also a gem of consistency. Fernando Abreu has just kept him in good form. And for people that don't know, Fernando Abreu worked for Alan Jerkins, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest horsemen I've ever been around in my life. For a very long time, was assistant there, and obviously he learned his lessons well. Horse looks terrific. I do think he's a major contender. The 10 horse, Tide of the Sea, is ultimately where I landed. Now, he's getting a 7-pound weight break using Christopher Elliott. And that's significant over a distance of ground. He's getting anywhere from 5 to 9 pounds from the rest of the field. I do think he plays out to be the controlling speed. The one caveat I have is that he is drawing the far outside post with a very short run to that first turn. And I agree with Sarah. He's got to go. He's got to make the lead. But you're walking a tightrope because you can't turn him on too much where he gets rank, and you can't be too sedentary. You can't just sit still because you've got to overcome that post. So Christopher Elliott does have a job here. It's to get him over, clear the field without getting making his horse rank. So it's not an easy task. You know, some horses, you ask a bit too much, you turn them on, you can't turn them back off. So that being said, I do think he plays out to be the controlling speed. And then we get to the 1 horse, Lanthori, who, you know, is the favorite, ran huge first time, projects to get a great ground-saving trip from post 1. But, Maggie, you were in the paddock when he ran up in Saratoga back in July. Is he a horse that carries good weight? Because he's kind of a big-barreled horse. He's not a very big horse. He's kind of on the short squatter side, but he does carry some weight. Was he carrying weight last time, do you remember?
No, Meg, I actually have that he was really fit, really well defined. So yeah, he's coming off a little bit of a gap too. That race back when this race came back on September 29th, it was rained off. So that's interesting. I want to ask you about number 6 though. He really caught my eye. That is Swore in the warm-ups. What did you think of him, at least from your observations in the paddock and out on the track?
You know, honestly, in the paddock, he really didn't grab my attention. And usually that's kind of how I go, Maggie. I try not to overlook at the form because I don't want to be swayed. I want to, hone in on the physical side of this, and then I try to fit the puzzle pieces together. So he didn't grab my attention in the paddock, but I will say on the racetrack warming up, he absolutely did. And he really got over the ground beautiful. I mean, just really reaching out, using himself beautifully. And I think he's interesting after watching the way he warmed up. And he's taking money, 7-1. You know the distance is no issue.
That's for sure, as he is well versed at these marathon type distances. But again, like many of these in here, Sarah, it's been some time between wins. I feel like we're dealing with a group that just doesn't like to get to the winner's circle.
And I think that while you could say that for some of these horses as of late with Swore, he's 1 for 11, whereas you look at the back form of some of these other horses and they had a form where they were getting their picture taken frequently at times. So I think that with him, he's shown us who he is, and certainly know that he's going to show up and run his race, but he's not a winning type.
As they are heading into the gate, Graham Motion also sending out California Sober. What do you think that is? What do you think it's to be California Sober?
Not sober?
Like many out at Del Mar right now, preparing for the Breeders' Cup. It is our featured 7th race. Landari is your favorite heading to line, and we head up to Chris Griffin.
Tide of the Sea to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward beginning there for Tide of the Sea. Threw his head at the start. Is going to be at the back end of the field. Had some trouble shortly after the break. The leader as they work into the turn, it's Harry Hood. And Harry Hood has got mild pressure from Breeze towards the outside. At the rail there comes L'Entrée, and to the outside of that one comes Be Like Clint. That's the leading quartet. In between horses, Classic Creation, just having to tap on the brakes and steady there was Now and Later as they really stack up. The leader is Harry Hood. It's Harry Hood in front, is up by a length and a half. No pressure yet here from Breeze, who's content to sit right there in second, tightly bunched in behind. Be Like Clint is secured third. It's a very snug hold on L'Entrée, is down at the rails, going to have a ground-saving journey from fourth. Then Classic Creation is outside of that rival in fifth, and at the rail comes Now and Later progressing. It's a little bit more comfortable with California Sober directly towards the outside. The three at the back, Late Call. Second to last, Swore, and after the trouble, Tide of the Sea is the trailer. They work into the turn, and Harry Hood is still there. It's Harry Hood who went 50.55 for a half-mile time, and Harry Hood does it nicely so far. Harry Hood with a half-length advantage, and here comes Breeze, is ready to challenge from second. Be Like Clint from third, and Javier Castellano, they're on the move, and that's the leading trio. L'Entrée lost a touch of ground into that turn, but is still comfortable enough, is at the rail, is that challenging fourth, and Classic Creation has been side-by-side with that rival throughout. 116.55 for 3/4 mile. They start to turn up the pressure up top towards the back end of the field. No rally yet, Now and Later. And to the outside of that rival is California Sober. The three at the back start to move. That's Swore with Late Call, and Tide of the Sea is 5 wide into that far turn. They're well into the far turn now, and Harry Hood has led throughout. It's Harry Hood still with the advantage. Breeze trying to challenge Be Like Clint. L'Entrée is waiting for the cue. Junior Alvarado just looking for a seam, and now asks the question as they reach the top of the lane. It is now Breeze who has kicked on, and Breeze is trying to draw away. L'Entrée is going to get a dream split, maybe is going to split rivals, and here comes L'Entrée, who dives down towards the inside. L'Entrée has not sprinted away from him yet, though. Be Like Clint is challenging towards the outside. Be Like Clint is back in front. Be Like Clint, L'Entrée, they're wide apart. Be Like Clint gets the nose down for the victory. Be Like Clint wins it over L'Entrée. Then it came a lineup in behind that. Was Breeze was right there with Classic Creation. The oncoming strides of California Sober in 2 minutes 17 and 1.
Wide trip, closer to the pace than projected. Be Like Clint, very game in victory, Sarah.
Yeah, he would not surrender that lead, fought back to regain control after it seemed like your favorite was going to be able to go right on by, but the complexion of this race changed completely when Tide of the Sea threw his head up multiple times at the start and was not where he usually likes to be early.
Tots, what are you doing, my man? Oh, it's a catastrophe, he says. Somebody touched my mouth. Yes, that was unfortunate that he found himself at the back of the pack. I always said, as I galloped this horse at one point, very much a girl's ride. Katie Davis got him to perform the best for the Hub's Tom Morley. But anyway, not Tide of the Sea's day. You must have known I bet on him. But Be Like Clint gets the job done at 9-2. And L'Entrée got the split, got the trip, and just wasn't good enough.
He got his head in front, too. And, I mean,
Yeah.
Like Clint came right back. And these two horses were so with the flow of the race last time, but they were both able to adapt very well when there wasn't that pace in this race. They were both a lot closer. And you did see a horse like Tide of the Sea be so taken out of his game. But these are the two that were able to help themselves in terms of where they were sitting early on in the race and be able to be in striking range to a slow pace.
Exactly. Be Like Clint gets the win for Fernando Abreu and Javier Castellano. They teamed up with some success quite frequently up at Saratoga this year.
They did. I mean, he's really had a breakout meet in terms of the live long shots that he's been bringing in. Javier Castellano riding a lot of those horses well, and especially in the turf sprints, too. I feel like he's been bringing in a lot of horses that make plenty of sense up from Gulfstream.
Be Like Clint, 9-2 in the end over the even money favorite. It is 3-1, 9-2 unofficially here in race number 7 with that slight upset. But Chancer McPatrick, he has been so good in his 3 races to date. He will be a likely short price in this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll check in with the son of Mackenzie after this break.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with Fernando Abreu, the conditioner of the winner, Be Like Clint. We were just talking. He has been a gem of consistency. I mean, he just shows up and runs his race every time.
Honest horse as it could be. Since I got him from day one, he's been always forwardly. He trains great. He's always shows up in the afternoon, you know. Thanks a lot for John from Imaginary Stable for letting me bring him from, 20,000 claiming for Gulfstream to New York, which is a hard surface, hard track, So, I mean, it's all the owner's really nice.
Well, $20,000 claim, just got the lion's share of a $92,000 pot. When you claimed him, did you have the idea that he was going to be a horse excelling at these longer distances?
I think so. We had that in mind. At the beginning, we claimed him really for the Tapeta, and he went a starter stake over there on Pegasus Day in Gulfstream. But then I ran him one time because his form back on the turf wasn't that great, and we ran him one time on the turf in Gulfstream, which is really fast track, and he really came motoring down. And, we gave him a shot with it. He still was eligible for the A other than, so that's why we brought him.
What I find remarkable, though, with a lot of your horses, not only do they seem to hold their form for long periods of time, they hold their weight really well. You have your horses in such good condition.
Well, that has to do with a lot. I've been here mostly away from Florida, but, you try to see them every morning, see some of them You look at their feed tub and everything, just try to feed them. If they eat, feed them. You know, I come from Alan Jerkin School. He fed 3 times a day. I don't, but I feed them, you know.
Well, Alan believed in that, and I remember many a day pushing the feed cart for him and gleaning those nuggets of wisdom. Talk about the influence Alan has had on you as a person and also you as a trainer.
Big. Basically, I mean, we do everything around the barn, basically, a lot like the Chief. We had to switch certain things that you can't do now in these days, but, you know, whether it comes to icing, the training, the round pens, just the backing off of them, feeding them. And, you know, Shannon Yuski's my rider, and she comes from the Chief school, so we know what to do. We keep it just like the Chief did.
I'm so happy to see you carry on all of his traditions. It's great, and that's why you're having the success you have.
Appreciate it, Meg. Thanks a lot.
Guys, no better guy to come around, and Fernando was a key component in Alan's success in the latter part of his career.
He really was, and I don't think there's a year that goes by that I miss seeing the Chief, seeing him in the Saratoga paddock, in the paddock office there, and I know that Fernando is very much one of those people that, top of the list, that miss the Chief every single day.
Well, and it seems like coming from that school of thought is working well for him, as well as so many that he mentioned, and really having that hands-on experience with the horses and getting to know a smaller stable, but getting to know them well, and you do see the results out on the track.
Javier Castellano getting the honors of the Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle lead in, and it's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold, and the Breeders' Cup is exciting, but I almost find that those results are as exciting to see who sold for what the next day, because I can't stay up that late anymore. Be Like Clint returns 1140 for the win over your even money favorite. So another slight upset in this pick 6 sequence. There's your follow along. Have you looked at the Will Pays? Do we have any tickets alive?
We have a potential for a double carryover. I think it was 3 or 4 horses. I didn't quite catch who yet. I'm going to have to check it out. But it seems as though there are plenty of horses that tickets would be hit. So great job if you're alive, and good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, one more to go as the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day is coming up next. It's for the New York Breds going 6 furlongs on the turf course. Just one scratch in here, which allowed a horse that has some experience on the turf, Ori, to draw in here for Mike Maker. He's a big price on the board as of now. Make the rider Jose Gomez, but currently at 5-2. We see another one with experience for Tony Dutrow. That's number 5, More Therapy, getting the honors as your favorite at 5-2. Sarah, he ran well first time out, but I thought he was a horse that we'd see going longer in his next start.
And he had a little bit of time away from the work tab as well, so I sort of wonder what happened between that last race and this one, but he is coming back as the horse with the proven turf sprint form coming into this spot where there are a lot of unknowns.
Well, speaking of 2-year-olds, let's check in with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Field. As we talked about Chancer McPatrick before the break, Sarah, he's got a pretty fast and talented foe on the inside in East Avenue for Godolphin and Brendan Walsh.
This horse makes a lot of sense coming in and was able to quickly establish the early lead over at Keeneland and at Breeders' Futurity. And there was that inquiry and objection about going into the first turn, which I don't really feel as though your eventual winner had anything to do with, and to the point of inhibiting Ferocious from possibly getting the victory. But this was a day where Keeneland was playing kindly toward horses that were forwardly placed and towards the inside, and Ferocious just seems like he has a little bit of growing up to do still. He was a little bit green and waited on horses before really kicking in when a horse passed into the outside at Saratoga, finishing behind Chancer McPatrick. He's got lengths to make up here on East Avenue, but East Avenue is going to have to deal with some other speed in all likelihood coming into this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And I'll tell you what, Sarah, I thought Ferocious was a big, imposing looking horse. I haven't seen East Avenue in person, but looking at him on tape, This looks like a massive animal for a young 2-year-old, and just an excellent mover. Love everything I'm seeing about this son of Medaglia d'Oro with that lovely Godolphin pedigree. Brendan Walsh looks to be in line to possibly take down this Breeders' Cup Juvenile field.
It's possible. I mean, it just depends on how much other speed he can really handle and deal with on the front end, because he does draw the rail, and it seems as though we will see some other horses that like to be forwardly placed, with his main rival being one that likes to come from off the pace. But he seems like a special individual, and I know connections are very high on him.
Well, we saw Vekoma really represent with his freshman crop. He'll send out, well, Phil Beller will send out Jonathan's way in this juvenile. He's number 5, and he overcame a lot of adversity in his debut, and then he comes back to dominate in the Grade 3 Iroquois last time at Churchill.
He's one that's shown us a couple of different running styles. I mean, he has been able to overcome that trouble and close in a sprint, like you mentioned, first time out, and really power away. And then they tried something different last time. They had him a bit more forwardly placed in that Iroquois, stretching out in distance. So I'm curious to see what the plan ultimately is for him coming into this race and where he'll be placed from a tactical standpoint. But it's nice to know you have options with a horse that's only made 2 starts.
Very exciting, lightly raced horses as we bring Mig in. We want to get your thoughts on Chancer McPatrick. As Sarah mentioned, looks as though he could capitalize on a lot of pace out in front of him.
Yeah, he should get a lot of pace in front of him, which should help that post position draw. He's drawn, on the far outside, and, he hopes that the field strings out a bit, give Flavien Prat a chance to drop in. Now, he's only run around 1 turn, and he's gotten good pace to run at, and we know he'll take the dirt. He comes with that run. He's different than a lot of young horses you see that show good speed. He's much more like an older horse, takes himself back, and last time in the Champagne, he broke sharp and then took himself back. But I do think he gets a pace advantage. I'm not crazy about the draw because he's going to have to lose ground on the 2nd turn when he starts unwinding his run, particularly with that short stretch at Del Mar. So I think it's imperative for him to save as much ground as possible from a tough post into that 1st turn. But he's special. Anytime you see a 2-year-old that can take kickback, overcome adversity, run with the professionalism that Chancer McPatrick has run, they're special, they're quality. I do think he's facing the toughest field he's ever faced yet. We've got a couple undefeated horses here. I think East Avenue got the best of the draw, being inside at Del Mar, critical. And I don't think he's a horse that needs the lead, but he's naturally fast. It's going to be an interesting matchup, no doubt, but Chancer McPatrick has been special up to this point.
He really has been. And what I love most about him is just how honest he is, Sarah. He's a horse that's really clear-eyed, really just takes everything in stride, whether it be in the race, as we've seen, or in the prelims.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been very professional. Like, you wouldn't think from his attitude on the racetrack that he is a 2-year-old still figuring things out. And I think that the point is well taken that in that last race, he was able to break sharply and then take himself back and make that run around the turn. So knowing that he has the gate speed to get himself into position and then going to his preferred running style, I think that that's also a feather in his cap as well.
Absolutely. A really exciting edition of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Obviously, championships on the line, I think, in that race. Who will be your 2-year-old champion? But again, that Breeders' Cup Friday schedule kicks off with the Juvenile Turf Sprint. It feels as though the Europeans somewhat well represented in there. The Juvenile Fillies, of course. We've talked about Scottish Lassie as well as American Bikini and Immersive. Juvenile Fillies Turf, maybe in New York, but can get things done in Scythian. The Juvenile, as we just touched on, and then the Juvenile Turf as we see horses in the paddock for today's closing race. There you are checking out Michelle Giangiulio's chart. That is Tap It Easy, your current 5-2 favorite. More on this field as America's Day at the Races continues.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we want to congratulate our friend and colleague Laffit Pincay III for his very distinguished award being presented last night. He won the National Turf Writers and Broadcasters Jim McKay Award for Broadcast Excellence. There he is with Byron King presenting the trophy to him, and a career that began over 20 years ago. I know he's someone I looked up to in his days on HRTV, all the coverage that he's done on in the past on NBC with the Breeders' Cup and the Triple Crown, and of course, the honor of working with us.
Well, I mean, that's most important. No, I mean, Laffit's career has been established for a long time, and it's nice to see that recognition. And I think that, too, with him, you still see the preparation to the nth degree with the notes that he takes and how he wants to tell that story and really represent that in each show that he does, no matter if it's the Breeders' Cup or if it's Thursday at Belmont at the Big A. He does the same amount of work and puts the same amount into it, and I think that shows, and hard work has paid off.
You are not kidding. And just an absolute pleasure to work with. Richie, I know you can call him a friend above anything else.
Yeah, Laffit's a dear friend, one of my best friends. I care so greatly about him, and it's such a richly deserved award for him. Everybody that works with him knows his professionalism, his preparation. And I was so fortunate, Maggie, when I first started doing television for HRTV, going on 15 years ago now, I was partnered up with Laffit and Scott Hazelton, and if it wasn't for those two guys, I was completely lost, didn't know what I was doing, and they just basically showed me the ropes. Their generosity of spirit was unparalleled, and you know, I was friends with Laffit already. It just brought us even closer together.
So true. I think every one of us feels the same way about Laffit. Hope you enjoy your weekend and your well-deserved award. Again, Laffit Pincay III winning the Jim McKay Award for Broadcast Excellence, as horses are making their way to the track for today's nightcap. 7 minutes to post. There is your current favorite. More Therapy. I often feel as though I need that. But a horse that got away really kind of awkwardly and slowly, but got into stride and rallied well between. More on him as we begin to meet the field here with first-time starter Tap It Easy.
This horse is taking a lot of money in this spot and seems to be one that the bettors think is live and seems to be working well.
I thought a much more dirt pedigree, though.
Me too.
As you're taking a look at number 3, Blame It on the Stones, running well out of that same race with More Therapy.
And it seems like he was a little bit green in that start, could obviously take a step forward second time out and drifted a bit at the beginning. Maybe he's a little bit more professional now.
First-time starter here for Mike Maselli is Coach Umbria.
We'll see what we get from this audible trying the turf in here. It's a little bit more of a dirt sire. He's 5% with his first-time turfers, but there are some horses that have run that siblings on the turf well.
I was going to say, second generation is huge for the turf.
Yeah.
There is your favorite at 2-1 More Therapy.
Ran well. First time out, finishing third behind a horse that we'll see later this weekend in the stakes.
George Weaver will send out a horse who disappointed out of that same race, but getting the full makeover is Swift Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. A horse that was favored in that turf debut. Blinkers go on, and as you mentioned, getting a lot of changes.
Yep. Also a new gelding as number 7 For the Love of Tim, the other Mike Maselli firster.
We'll see what we get from this one first time out. So for $14,000, Mike Maselli not exactly known for success with first-time turfers.
Friend of the Devil, one of my favorite Grateful Dead songs.
Andy?
Yeah. Carlos Martin will send this one out. First try on the turf.
I think this horse is a little bit interesting, a little bit sneaky. Blinkers coming off, working really, really well. 2 solid bullets.
Son of Honest Mischief. Number 9, Frame Up. First time starter by Salamini.
And this one would be a big surprise.
Is a foal to My Shady Lady, multiple New York Stallion Series stakes winner. Not so much on the turf, though. No. Number 10 is Rockstar Rebel, another one trying the turf in his 4th start.
I thought this horse had some trouble in that second start when he finished second to Butta, but I was a little bit disappointed in that race last time behind 3 Bs, though he is doing something new.
Number 11 is Tis Timonial, of course, a Ray Handel chestnut with a flaxen tail.
I like this horse a little bit. The Tiz Laws have been running really well, getting onto the grass, and he's been really stamping them with that blaze.
And this one a half at 2 stakes winner on the turf. Nico's Dream. Here's a firster, number 12, John's in Charge.
This one would be a little bit of a surprise as well. Omar Hernandez Moreno up for Chris Englehart, but Chris Englehart, he's decent with first-time starters.
One turning back in distance, which I think makes a good deal of sense, is number 13, Ori, who draws in.
And was running in a tough field first time out. I think that he just did not handle that stretch out in distance in that next start at Saratoga where he went off favored. Was pretty disappointing. He should appreciate a little bit less ground to work with.
Let's take a look back at that common race that many drop out of on August 25th. Epitaph, I know it was a contested early pace, but Epitaph was the one who asserted himself and took the field gate to wire.
He was, and I think that he ran a respectable third at a big price behind Menti in his next start. Menti will be contesting that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, but I think that this was a race where we've seen horses come back and run well. I mean, More Therapy seemed like one that he took some nibbles of money on the tote board, seemed like one of those live horses coming in, and he ran fine. I just sort of wonder, where has he been since then? He had a little bit of a gap in his work tab and now comes back, as you mentioned, thinking that he might want a little bit more ground to work with, but they do opt to stay at the sprint distance.
That's fair, but many of these come out of that same race without having run back.
Right, but he had a little bit of time off the work tab, no?
All right. I feel you. Again, too, and I just feel like when I saw him first time out that he'd want more ground, so I wasn't shocked when he broke so slowly. And it just feels like that he's a horse that's a little more suited to route distances. So we'll see how he does at 9-5 in here. Want to go back? Okay, Rutrow. Oh, see, the vets do more than just examining horses. They also catch loose ones, Sarah.
I mean, you get your training and a lot of versatility around the racetrack, and very well handled there. Just staying calm, as frame up is not at the moment. But we'll see what happened to his rider.
Francisco
Oh, there he is.
Martinez.
There he is.
He's all right. Let's see. I guess
Is she going to give him a leg up, or
or the outrider's going to help in this situation?
tap in
because
someone else?
they're a little bit silly. He is. Okay. Yeah,
Typical
this is a
green
first-time
baby
starter
stuff.
not taking any money whatsoever at 51-1. Let's talk
might need a
about
race.
firsters that are. That includes number 1, Tap It Easy. Son of Tapiture, not great with his turf horses, though is a precocious type of sire. Hits at 14% with his 2-year-olds. Unraced dam, this is her first full. The second dam, she went 0-for-6 on the turf, but she is a half to stakes winner. Gotta go, won that stake on the dirt.
Why is this horse taking so much money? Do you know?
I don't
Is
know.
there
I
a
don't
buzz?
know why we entered her for the turf first time. I know I say that. It's like famous last words, and there he goes, gate to wire.
I mean, he can win. I just want to know what the allure is, because clearly I missed something. I mean,
you know who maybe could tell us more about why this horse is on the turf?
I think I have a good guess that it's Richard Migliori.
I think you're right. Meg, got anything on the one for us?
Well, the only thing I will say, and I was asking the same question, why the turf? Horse looks very, very fit, very well prepared. A horse that looks like really ready to run well first time. I, like you guys, just questioning the surface, but can't fault this horse looks-wise. Just think he looks extremely fit and focused, very well prepared. Let's talk about some of the other ones. The 3, Blame It on the Stones, and the 5, More Therapy, coming out of the same race. And one's 7-1 and one's 9-5. They were a half a length apart that day. I like what I'm seeing from Blame It on the Stones. Love the way he warmed up. By Blame, Claiborne Farm Stallion. I'm going to pick him because of the disparity in price. I do think the race runs through both horses coming out of that, shared race and in Blame It on the Stones and the 5, More Therapy. Now, More Therapy looks great. Anthony Dutrow does tremendous work. He's such a good horseman. He's someone I love to talk about horses with. Horse looks great. I just thought he was too short a price compared to the 7-1 of the 3, Blame It on the Stones. More Therapy, I mean, I guess the case could be made. I should be with getting More Therapy. The 10, Rockstar, the 8 horse, Friend of the Devil. That's what I wanted to talk about. This horse took money on debut, was a short price next time, showed speed and stopped in both races. Now takes the blinkers off. And we do have a late scratch, guys. The 7 horse is a late scratch, first-time starter from the Mike Maselli barn, For the Love of Tim, is a late scratch. Getting back to the 8, Friend of the Devil, this horse took money, takes the blinkers off, gets on the turf, and looking at him from a physical perspective, I do think this horse will appreciate the turf. Now, obviously, this horse worked well in the mornings on the dirt, but most turf horses work good off the pole and will work at good for at least a half a mile, maybe 5/8. They usually don't gallop out very well. So this horse has already shown ability. Maybe he's just getting on the proper surface this time. I'm seeing a turf horse looking at him from a physical perspective. Then the 13, Ori, homebred for Buck Butler. Don't sleep on this horse turning back in distance. I thought the mile and a 16th was too far from him last time. You look at him from a physical perspective, and he's certainly a horse that looks more like a sprinter type, and I just think turning back is going to help him. But I'm on the 3 horse. I'm going to take a little shot with Blame It on the Stones.
All right, Blame It on the Stones for Mig. I take that as Blame It on, like, the Rolling Stones. Need to do something naughty. But Friend of the Devil, there's some pedigree if you go back a generation. Now, he is half to Jansen, who we saw earlier on the card, is a proven loser and hated the turf. So that's not great.
Loser.
But the dam is half to Mushka, who is a graded stakes winner on the turf, actually won the Glens Falls up in Saratoga. And the second dam, Sluice, stakes winner on the turf as well. So there is some pedigree if you go back a generation. And the fact is, Jansen doesn't look turf
He's a different
physically
horse.
whatsoever. So definitely willing to give Friend of the Devil the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and he's a good price right now. I gave this horse a look based on those 2 big workouts. Just seems to be one that might be getting clued into what racing is all about as well, because those are a big pickup in terms of the ability that he's been showing in the morning, and that turf pedigree is there, like you said, and it seems as though there have been turf intentions for this guy and just hasn't been working with his weather that we've had this summer. So he makes some sense in here. I went to the first-time starter for Ray Handel, though. Tiz the Laws have been running very well on the grass, and I like Tiz Timonial towards the outside.
I agree. Ray sending this one out, reaches out to Romero Mirage. Big pedigree on a huge long shot, and Coach Umbria, actually the second dam multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, and half to multiple graded stakes winner Wilcox Inn. As they head into line for the nightcap, big field here of 12 going postward. Chris Griffin will bring you your call.
John's in charge, backs away. Now in, Ori. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses. Here comes Friend of the Devil, and Friend of the Devil is clear, is up by a full length. Down towards the inside, Swift Magic is with the early kick, and then comes John's in charge, who's tracking from 3rd. Green Cap is going to be More Therapy. Shuffled back there is going to be Blame It on the Stones. Now just gets past to the outside, is progressing up on the outside of that rival. There's Tap It Easy, who got off the rail. It's right there with Ori. They're really strung out here, and they move into the far turn. Some of the runners towards the back just not traveling here as they work into the turn now. The leader up top, that's Friend of the Devil. Friend of the Devil has the lead, is up by 2. Ready to challenge is John's in charge, is towards the outside. Ori is now under a drive. In between horses there comes Tap It Easy. As they reach the top of the lane, Swift Magic is trying to pick it up, and there's More Therapy on the grandstand side. Also trying to run on there is Blame It on the Stones. And within range there comes Rockstar Rebel, but the leader is sprinting away. Friend of the Devil is now 4.5 lengths in front. Friend of the Devil is just opening up with every single stride. It is Friend of the Devil. Christopher Elliott. They're going to win impressively. Friend of the Devil wins it. Then came More Therapy, Ori, and a late run from Blame It on the Stones in 1 minute 9 and 3.
Friend of the Devil making short work of this field. Second winner on the card for Carlos Martin. If you like Carlos Martin today, then you did well in the pick 6, to say the least, or just with his 2 horses, as this guy wins at 9-1.
Yeah, I wonder if he played at all. I mean, he might have having a good day based on those wagers as well. But, I mean, the horses were in form, and they both had really good speed, and this one just seemed like a horse that was going to take to this surface and seemed to be getting a little bit sharper in the morning as well. So you got a good price on this horse that opened up in the end, too.
really impressive. They're covering the 6 furlongs in 109.2. As that will do it for us here on America's Day at the Races. A fun 8-race card. We'll be back at it tomorrow for 9 races with coverage beginning at 12:30. And we saw some good performances. Was the pick 6 hit? Don't know.
Yes, it was.
Hit. Probably
Voices
for
in our head got it
decent
for us.
payout. I love the ghosts and voices in my head. They're great. Happy Halloween, everyone. As Be Like Clint, he really relishes the marathon turf distances. Gets the win for Javier Castellano and Fernando Abreu as Super Swift. We'll see him tomorrow in the Atlantic Beach. And of course, the Breeders' Cup gets underway Friday, the Future Stars Day out at Del Mar. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Have a good night.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner of 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rock Ridge Stud for the 2025 season.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.